What's up, you dirty, stinky sinner? If you're seeing this, that means Jesus did not take you into the big blue sky. You were not chosen for the rapture. You're a piece of shit and you're going to hell. Say hello to me and Ronald Reagan. I want to assume that all of you have seen a TikTok of someone telling you that they're selling their house and their car for the rapture. And if somehow you haven't seen that and you don't know what the rapture is, because maybe you've just been bed rotting for the last, 18 to 20 years, I'll get you caught up. Basically, it's so condescending. Let me say that differently. There's been a lot of posts about the rapture this week on TikTok. If you don't know what the rapture is, I'll help you out. The rapture is an American tradition where you can buy someone's car for half off because they're going to go in the sky with Jesus and they no longer need their Kia Soul. When I saw these TikToks about the rapture, it made me wonder where this ideology comes from. And so I'll do what every YouTuber does. I will recite to you sections from a Wikipedia article that I just read before I started recording. So the rapture ideology comes from something called dispensationalism, which is a framing of the Bible that interprets history as occurring in different ages. And God chooses to, interact with his people, his boys and his girls in different ways throughout these ages. And that idea was created by this dude. And that's your history lesson. JK. His name is John Nelson Darby, and he's credited as being sort of the father of dispensationalism. And essentially, he was, among the first wave or maybe one of the original people to interpret the Bible as occurring in the past and potentially in the future. Whereas before him, most people would have viewed the Bible as purely events that happened in the past. He specifically popularized the idea of the rapture in the 1830s. And then the idea of the rapture got reinforced in the 20th century in America by way of something called the Scofield Bible. The Scofield Bible is sometimes referred to as the Scofield Reference Bible, and I believe it was first published in 1909. And it came out right before World War I. And it is my understanding that the Scofield Reference Bible is what informs a lot of American sort of evangelics, and it's another reason why the rapture is so popular. Now, John Darby is not the reason that people thought the rapture was happening this week. It was actually this South African pastor that fired everyone up for it. And I would hate to be that dude in the post-rapture clarity and having to explain that he was wrong. Now, this isn't the first time people thought the rapture was happening. In fact, it's happened many, many times throughout the years. Even, all the way back in the 1800s, they got, honestly, some sick marketing for the rapture. Now, if we're taking the framing, the worldview of the guy who came up with the rapture, it's kind of serious. Now, I don't believe John Nelson Darby. That was borderline Jamaican. That was offensive. We'll keep that in. I don't believe John Nelson Darby intended for you to clip farm. I don't think John Nelson Darby intended for people to clip farm the rapture. I think that's maybe the funniest thing in all of this.
This is how the rapture is going to happen. So boom, right?
So boom, right? Sky's going to fall type shit. You know what I mean? Also, I love this like Gary's Mod demonstration of the rapture. To be honest, with all the things I've seen in Gary's Mod, this is light. Give him a clip of that torture map. I'm sorry, I know I should just move past it, but I love. All right, so boom. If you've been a good Christian, you might float up, but your kids may not have been. So you might just be leaving your kids in their play. You might be playing with your kids, and in real time, your body's gonna start to lift up. Bye bye, baby. You know what I'm saying? So boom. Next.
Trumpets go off.
Metro! Trumpets go off, dude. That's what's going to happen. You're going to be sitting there with your family, and then all of a sudden, you're going to hear the trumpets from Euphoria. And you're going to hear Kendrick go, beep!
What up, Reddit? It's Kendrick Lamar.
And you know it's over. You know it's time.
Jesus comes back. Boom, what happens? Instantly, boom, takes everyone in an instant.
Boom! It's boom! But if you a Christian, you still good. If this was my pastor, I might be more inclined to be at church. All right, so boom, you're a sinner, right? You're going to hell. But you know what? If you accept Jesus, you still good. Shout out to that guy. It shouldn't be so funny, but the Second Life demonstration of Jesus coming back is killing me. Also, I love that Super Saiyan sequence right there when he showed up. Ah!
Check that out. Boom. Boom.
Damn.
Souls.
Kind of quick. To be fair, I think he's giving an accurate representation. That would be what it's like. Did you get my email this morning? Basically what I was saying.
Boom. Boom. Souls.
Souls.
Boom. Look at the baby. Boom. Gone.
Look at the baby. That'd be wild. Now listen, let me say something horrible, okay? This is terrible. But if you're a parent, you relate, all right? You love your kid. I think as parents, you're okay knowing that you're a piece of shit because you were a piece of shit before they were born, and you knew that. You knew in some capacity, and piece of shit doesn't mean necessarily bad person. Maybe you just overindulge in things, you have minor addictions, whatever. You know, you've lived your life. You've seen you at your lowest lows. You know the real you. Your kid doesn't. You're still kind of special to your kid. Maybe when they're young. When they're older, they probably start to lose respect for you, but I'm getting away from the point. You're okay, and you know where I'm going with this. You're okay knowing that maybe you might go to hell. You might know that, right? You would know as a parent that, and maybe I'm projecting. I know, let me speak for me. I know that I'm okay. Now take it back. I'm gonna put it on you. You know, because I'm a good person. I'm going up. Jesus is choosing me. You know that you're okay with maybe some poor decisions you've made in life. If you're sitting there with your baby, or maybe it's crying. Maybe it's not a good time. Maybe it's one of those where it's shit 5 times that day. It's crying its eyes out. It won't let you put it down. And Jesus takes it. And you're sitting there just holding its empty clothes. Look, as a parent, you'll probably be sad in 72 hours, but those first couple days of silence, you might be okay. You might be. Obviously, I'm joking. There's no way to recover from that one, so we're just going to move on. Run it again. Boom, baby, gone. Run it.
Boom. It's gonna be crazy, y'all. This is why we gotta get right. Look at that. Boom. Couples, married couples, people in the church. Boom. Not everyone will be saved in the churches, y'all. Come on.
It's like, and see, that's where maybe it loses me, right? The concept of the rapture loses me on the probability. You know, I'm fine to gamble on a slot machine, but gambling my Sundays away, because on Sunday, and I think that's the ultimate test of at least Christian faith, Jesus-based faith, is pulling up on Sunday. You've had 6 days of hard capitalism, all right? 6 days of hard capitalism through both nostrils. Then you got to pull up on Sunday and try to connect with God. I'm lazy, all right? That's probably what is going to keep me down here with the heathens is laziness. And it's the sheer probability. That would feel really bad if you're posted up in church and you showed up being you'd feel like such a pick-me. Ooh, you would feel like such a pick-me. You pulled up every Sunday being like, I love you. Jesus, I accept you in my heart. I love you. And on the day he goes, you didn't mean it. Nah, all that stuff you said in here was fake. Sit down. Look at this, dude. Another baby goes. Just taking babies, man. Look at this.
Y'all can be saved in the church. Boom. Not everyone will be saved in the churches, y'all. Come on.
Look at her crying. No, I want my baby. I would cry. I would cry if my baby disappeared. For sure.
Look at that. Look at that.
You see, hey man, I gotta say this. If you work a service job, a customer service job, restaurant, you're not selling people on repenting if you're telling them, hey, you might show up to work one day and all the customers might disappear. Word? It's like everybody gone, boom, gone. So no customers ever again. No, they're all gone, boom, taken. And so you're saying if I don't repent, if I don't accept, nope, you're not going. So you're telling me all the customers are up there in heaven? Yes. I don't think that's a place I want to go. I think I'm gonna do something bad.
Vanishing out of thin air, even the dead, the souls. Boom. Wow. That's amazing. Check that out. Wow.
Wow. That's crazy.
Wow. When we go up to the creator, we go back to the source where we came from, y'all.
Why do they all look like Sam Altman? Look at this shit.
The rapture is upon us, whether you are ready or not.
Do you think the designer of these Shure microphones understood that this was going to be the foghorn, the device that is used to let people know Big J is coming back? Kind of dope. Just saying.
Today, what people will hear is God revealing his plan
To his people.
to the people of the world.
Yeah.
God took me to see the future, and then he brought me back.
Brought you back.
And then in heaven, in a throne room, I see Jesus sitting on his throne, and I could hear him very loud and clear. I am coming soon. And to the people who are listening, please pay attention to what I'm going to say. He says to me, on the 23rd and the 24th, 2025, I will come to take my church.
There's a date.
There is a date.
Are there other people who have also said the same thing to confirm what you have said?
Well, they cut it like a horror trailer. I mean, it is scary. It's not around time. If I have that vision, Jesus in a throne room, and I say, "What's up, bro?" and he goes, "Hey, man, I'm coming. Count your days." See, that's another reason why I'm not going up there, because the urge, if I was good all my life and then Jesus said, only 2 more weeks of this shit, I would probably throw it all away. I'd probably say, I only got 2 more weeks here, man. And I'd probably do it all. The urge to become, I guess, worldly and just start sinning like crazy, you know, I might just go in. And let me say, my sins would be petty. It'd probably just be trying acid and a lot of gambling. I'd probably do a ton of gambling. I don't even know if that's a sin. If you're a Big J expert, let me know. That's not a gooning thing. I mean, Jesus. Let me know if he's cool with gambling. Because then, if he is, or if that's repentable, I might do 13 days of gambling and then... Obligatory, don't gamble, man. It's bad for you. Play Texas Hold'em for... I don't know, Cheetos and Oreos with your pals. Keep it light. Now, this is the worst news, I think, to come out of all the rapture news, if you're a sports person.
2018. Again, in a vision, in a dream. I don't see him in this dream. Mm-hmm. But I hear a voice so loud, his voice so loud. Mm-hmm. And he says these words. And to the people who are listening, please pay attention to what I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. Mark the words that I'm about to say, because none of the words that I'm saying are going to fall to the ground. None of these words will be empty, because they come from God himself. In other words, they will be fulfilled. He said these words in a loud voice. I didn't see him, but he spoke in the voice in the stream. He said,
kind of edging us along here. What'd he say, man? What did he say?
there will be no World Cup 2026.
Oh, no. Not soccer. No. No, not. Jesus, don't take soccer. Wrap it up, boys. No World Cup. See ya. That's wild to think Jesus took everyone we knew, or some of the people we knew, and just the World Cup just to be petty. And by the way, all the other sports are for the devil. Soccer is heavenly. God is going to take every football player except Ronaldo just to kind of stick it to us. You can love him. You can think he's a second coming, but he's not. He's down there with you. He's a sinner and he's a heathen. Get fucked. Now, when it comes to traveling, right, because if you look at the rapture as a final journey, a final destination, someone will have travel tips. You can always leave it to the internet to have some kind of hack for a travel that you're taking, even an ethereal one, even one that you cannot maybe wrap your head around the severity and the difficulty of it. Someone will have 5 traveling hacks and tips for you.
Rapture trip tip number 5. When you finally start moving up into the air,
It's got a nice ring to it. Rapture tip trip. Hey guys, this is a Rapture tip trip from Wired. Hey guys, I'm the drummer for Biba Doobie, and I'm here to give you a Rapture tip trip.
Rapture trip tip number 5. When you finally start moving up into the air, I recommend that you don't hold on to anything. I definitely...
No, I'm taking something, dude. Imagine getting raptured and like you're conveniently palming the geek bar. You're at Boeing altitude levels going... The head rush from that would be nuts, man.
I definitely don't recommend looking down. I think we learned that lesson from Lot's wife. Okay. Just keep calm, take a deep breath, slowly release it, and keep your face looking upwards.
Sage advice, I would say. That is the horror movie equivalent of looking in the corner, so you just don't see the scary stuff. If you're getting raptured, dude, yeah, I think that would be such an overwhelming experience. In a way, and again, let me say something horrible, all right? Let me say something terrible. It's like a reverse suicide. In the sense that, you know, maybe if you're thinking of taking yourself out the game, you think of maybe going off a bridge or something, right? You're looking down and you're going to it. But getting raptured, it's a, hey man, you did good. Come on up here with me. And it's a, wait a second, wait. Hold on. Even though you may know you're going to a better place, it's over. Everything you knew is over. Let me continue with something terrible. People who have survived the Golden Gate Bridge jump, they always say, I regretted it. You know, that's a known stereotype, is that they regretted it and they wish that they could take it back. I wonder, I'm just saying, if you got raptured and you went to church and you did all that good stuff, you probably want to go up there, but are you thinking about worldly things as you go up? Are you thinking, man, you know what, I kind of like iced lattes and cheeseburgers and, you know, I like that new Alien series on Hulu. Are you thinking about all that stuff as you're going up and you're thinking, man, what if I just sin right now? Could I just go back down to my regular life? And it's too late. I also wonder, someone's got to tell me, if you get chosen for the rapture, is that it? Could you be like 4 feet in the air and go, no, never mind. I hate you. I don't accept. Put me back down. I need my daily routine. Can you do that? I need one of you to inform me because I refuse to use Google or a search engine anymore. I don't even have internet in my house. I actually got all this info and I downloaded all these TikToks at the public library.
And pray you're not on the toilet.
Look at that. She's got a sense of humor too. These are great rapture trip tips. I don't know why she went private. She did go private. Probably because people are being mean to her. And this is sage advice. If you're getting raptured, look up. Don't be mean to this lady, okay? Because what she's saying in context isn't wild.
Plausible deniability, if you will. However, that doesn't justify that chick who's been getting on saying you should stand outside all day for the rapture just in case you get stuck to your ceiling.
Let me say this. This lady brings up a good point. There's like a TikTok of someone saying you got to stand outside all day on rapture day because you don't want a ceiling over your head. What is the like rate of travel that Jesus is pulling you up? Are we talking like lightning rate? Is this a slow burn? Is this air balloons? Is this hot air balloon speed? Would be tough if you committed your life to Big J, you did a good job, and you're driving to work, and then I guess he's taking your soul, so your physical body doesn't matter. But on your way out, just getting your skull and neck crunched on the roof of your Kia before he takes your soul out. Does God get, frustrated when he's trying to pull you out that physical existence and you get, your head is going through the roof of your Kia and he's like, man, what the fuck? Give me that soul, brother. Now, everyone is bullying the rapture people, right? You have religious psychosis. You're an idiot for selling your car, this, that, and the third. Let me say this, guys. People who believe in the rapture, at least in a late-stage capitalist context, if I could use some words I just learned. I get it. I get it. If you work a 9-to-5 job, if you work a blue-collar job, if there's any of those left, if you work construction, agriculture, and someone taps you on the shoulder and says, hey, man, you know, there's a chance that you could just be taken away from all this, and you're going, I never have to work again. It's like, no. If you just show up every Sunday and you accept this man in your heart, there's a day you might not ever have to do this ever again. I get it. I get the feeling of wanting to be like, yeah, take me out. Because getting raptured is better than the promise of death. If you're talking about like philosophical argument. Okay, what do you want? 70 years of late stage capitalism or 40 years of church and a really fast head rush to the end? Okay, so I'm not saying this for everybody, but I'm saying I get why you would believe it. Because you know, I'm a nihilist guy. And so if there's a promise of escape, count me in. Ladies and gentlemen, you knew I was going to flock to this one. A moth to a flame, I don't know, a hyena to a dead carcass. I can't even think of anything. I don't know. I'm a dragonfly for this shit. I see a post by 1X about their in-home robots, and I've already blinked and attacked it. This video has already been making the rounds. People are saying that we will look back on this video and go, this was the marking of the end. This was the turning point for society. If you've been watching my channel, you know we've dabbled in the 1X products a few times, and they looked stupid. They were in development stages, right? So they couldn't do all the tasks that they were aspiring to. Now, I'll say this. Between last year, I think late last year, maybe early last year, and now, these robots have gone from very orchestrated, precise demos to seemingly a more full functionality. I have plenty of jokes for this thing, but first I'm going to let Nordic Sean White get his rocks off.
And today I want to introduce you to...
Sorry, I'm just trying to get you the aux. Look at this fat-ass aux cable. This is what they pulled out of Keanu Reeves' head in The Matrix. Oh man, I just remembered Keanu Reeves pulled that PVC pipe out of his neck from The Matrix. That scene was disgusting, dude. Don't clip.
My name is Bernd, and today we're launching Neo.
We're launching Neo. Why did they make it little cousin slightly on the Spectrum vibe? I thought these in-home robots were going to be Boston Dynamics size, but maybe that's intimidating. Because, you know, here's the thing. Before we go any further, we all know what's going to happen to these things as soon as they roll out in the homes. They're getting punched. Those eyes do not have enough personality to not get slapped up yet. Once they start adding color and a smile, people might treat it differently. But this, I'm telling you, man, these things do something wrong, they're getting smacked up at least once. Which kind of brings like a thought exercise. If your PlayStation 5 had a face, would you smack it as often? Think about that for a second.
The robot, Nene.
Let you live with it.
Yeah.
You're just not telling me? Well, what does it do?
Like my chores, I just leave and I come back and they're all done.
Are you kidding me?
They would target this product for freaks in Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley. Silicon 6. Shout out to Zeb on TikTok. I'm taking a page out of your book, brother. I'm trying to unlock flow state. But they would target this for tech freaks, you know. And by the way, this is a stand-up bit I've been working for a while, and it always gets an eyebrow raise. But I'll just say it now. Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. It's a bit much. I'll work up to that one. I'm letting this run for an extended period because it makes you feel ill, doesn't it? I was wrong about the physical design. It's less cousin on the Spectrum and starting to feel more hospice nurse. You know, it got the hospice nurse build. Say that 4 times fast. There is a sad awareness in the eyes of this thing. It really looks like a hush puppy dog. Just this shit makes me feel yuck because they're using all the modern lifestyle filmmaking techniques for advertising to skin this as it's cool, it's amazing, it's forward technology. Sam is now my Jarvis. Sam, please include the clip from the latest NVIDIA conference where the CEO of NVIDIA describes robotics as being the next big market, and a core component of their robotics endeavors is the Palantir ontology, the Palantir technology stack, which they want to lean on because the Palantir capabilities to calculate real-time data about people gives them great business insights.
This is the single fastest enterprise company in the world, probably the single most important enterprise stack in the world today, Palantir Ontology. They take information, they take data, they take human judgment, and they turn it into business insight. We work with Palantir to accelerate everything Palantir does so that we could do data processing at a much, much larger scale and more speed, whether it's structured data of the past, and of course we'll have structured data, human recorded data, unstructured data, and process that data for our government, for national security, and for enterprises around the world, process that data at speed of light, and to find insight from it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. By the way, I'm seeing this video for the first time in real time. Oh, no. Did they really program that to do this? I can't believe that. Let me tell you something. I see your Neo robot do one of those. Yeah. Oh! You're not us, bro. That was crazy. That was crazy. I take that back. I need some water. I gotta chill out. Look at the memories you'll create with your mechanical slave. Yeah, dude. You're going to bring your 1X robot up into the Yosemite National Park? What kind of dark shit is that? Hey, Wally, hop out the car and take a lifestyle video for me and my lovely wife here. And if you fuck it up, we're going to throw you over this thing.
This all started a decade ago, working really hard on making what is Neo a reality.
Norwegians got crazy-ass names, man. Bornich? Burnt Bornich. That's Harry Potter food, man.
I grew up reading these beautiful books and watching these beautiful sci-fi movies where the future was all about how we as humans, we really focus on the things that matter to us. You know, Rosie the robot would be ensuring family had time, or Data would help humanity explore the galaxy. And I really hope that when you get your Neo now, we can help give you back some of that time so you can really spend it on what you feel is very meaningful to you.
We've gone full circle. Look, I don't want to take away from this guy's vision or endeavors. Yes, I do. No, I get that he's trying to put a positive spin on this, but I find this to be kind of funny. I think human existence, if I could go big brain for a second, human beings used to exist in small communities. And then, iPhone. That's kind of how history went.
iPhone. Wow, iPhone.
Capitalism is such a beast that, you know, for the last couple of years, you know, they've tried to sell at least men on the idea of returning to their primal roots. Get in that fucking gym, man. Get in that gym, lift some shit like your ancestors would. Also, you can purchase the experience your ancestors had for the low price of $20,000. You can build community in your own home. I don't know. Basically what I'm saying is the structure of our society has taken away community, and everyone has to work. So no one can be part of a community, really. And now they're selling that back to us. It's really dark that a guy 20 years ago reads a book about sci-fi films and he goes, man, it seems like everyone has to work. What if I dedicate my life to building a product so that people can spend time with their families again? People can have free time again. They don't have to do chores. They're not bogged down with the regular day-to-days. They can actually have a peaceful existence if they can afford it. We got to mute the music here, but it sounds a little something like, "I know sunshine when he's gone." Yeah. That was AI. I didn't sing that shit. But if you like the way I sung it, then that was my voice.
Had to change my answering machine. Now that I'm alone, because right now it says that we can't come to the phone. And I know it makes no sense for you to walk out the door, but it's the only way I hear voice anymore.
Tell them, Squid G.
It's ridiculous.
They wrapped it with the Yeezy foam? Man, get me 2 of these motherfuckers, dude.
And I'm so sick of love songs, so done with it, so done with wishing you were still here. Said I'm so sick of love songs, so sad and home. Why can't I turn on the radio?
Why can't I turn on the
radio?
radio?
That calendar I had. It's March, July 15th, and it seems there's no...
Interesting color choice, Burnt. Who are the blue ones for?
Neo is a humanoid companion designed to transform your life at home. It combines AI and advanced hardware to help with daily chores and bring intelligence into your everyday life. Neo was engineered from the ground up for safety. Its tendon-driven body is quiet and lightweight. Its low-energy motions make it uniquely safe for you and your home. But safe doesn't...
Oh, okay, so it isn't that tall. Oh, it's only 5'6"? This can be in my house. It's totally fine. Now, this thing is good for 4 hours, so it shuts down. And, what's this we have here? What's this we have here? 1X Cortex, based on NVIDIA Jetson Thor. 4 microphones, 360 audio pickups. You can yell at this thing from all kinds of directions. You can yell in the side of its head, the back. Ah! It'll get everything. It's listening to everything.
Neo's hardware comes packed with features like human...
Hold up. It's got 2 fisheye cameras. This dude has got double GoPro vision. No wonder his ass is moving so slow. He's going to see your hand coming from 50 miles out. Dual GoPro...
and a 55-pound carrying capacity so that it can handle any of your chores reliably. We also worked really hard to make Neo's design friendly and comfortable to be around.
What freaks me out about it is it moves like stop motion. You know, something very off-putting about that.
Comes with a machine-washable knit suit, a head, and shoes that you can customize to fit your style. As for using your Neo,
you can also put Yeezy foam boost on this if you so choose.
We made the experience simple. Out of the box, the core of your experience is full...
That's the box, dude? I'm not throwing away that box. I buy this thing, by the way, 20 grand for this thing. I'm not throwing out that box. I'm keeping that box. I'm maybe hiding in that box when this thing decides to, you know, freak out, start throwing pots and pans everywhere.
The chores feature lets you schedule a time for your Neo to do all of your chores so you can come back to a cleaner home every day. With the AI companion feature, you can talk to your Neo to get assistance with anything from a hard question to a household task. With Neo's autonomy, you can get access to all of its latest AI features to get help with tasks on demand. And the Neo app lets you interact with your Neo from anywhere. But all you have to do to get started is turn on your Neo and introduce yourself.
A buddy of mine pointed this out, but it's going to be really weird when there's multiple brands of these things and we start to create the Android versus iPhone argument with in-home robots. And people start walking into your home and they see your fucking half as cool Samsung. It's got a giant eyeball, Cyclops eyeball. People who own it are like, I have full control over it. I have full control over the OS. The camera and listening is better too. And it maybe it's got 4 arms and 6 legs. It's a giant scorpion. It's the Rock from Scorpion, which somehow should be more menacing, but it's not. You know, and it's just weirder and uglier, and it can do more, but everyone thinks it's lame because it isn't dressed in a knit sweater. I like that it shows up in a giant tooth as well. You're hatching this thing.
Hey, I'm Neo. I'm here to help around the house. What's your name?
Shut your ass up. Get in there and do some dishes. I'm sorry. I know. I keep joking about being mean to it. It's a funny concept, and it's not rooted like this is not a me thing. This is a us thing, dude. Sam, bring back in that footage of any time people see the robot dogs at conventions. They're kicking these things. Those little Adam Sandler Chinese robots that run around Austin, everyone's socking those things out. You know these things are getting smacked up.
Harry. Nice to meet you, Harry. When you have a question or want something done, just let me know.
Ugh, why does it have that fucking like project manager voice? Did y'all catch that? I didn't like that.
Nice to meet you, Harry. When you have a question or want something done, just let me know.
We built the chores feature to give you your time back. You give your Neo a list of chores, you schedule a time that you want them done so that you can focus on what matters to you while your Neo does the rest. You can schedule chores by either talking to your Neo or...
I love how any guy giving a tech demo besides the CEO looks like they have a hole drilled in their head. I mean, it's just...
The way it works is you schedule a time that works best for you, and then you create a list of chores. Whether it's something more specific, like watering the plants on Tuesdays, or something more general, like tidying the house, your Neo will get it done at the scheduled time.
Yeah, me and Nicole are going to head down the cafe down here in Sausalito, and we're just going to have Neo clean up the house, and then we can all head back, and the Neo should have set out a nice wine for us. Yeah, super stoked.
You can use expert mode to have an expert from 1X supervise the session and provide corrective intervention to help Neo complete any task.
There it is. There it is. Guys, did you hear that? Listen.
Neo hasn't learned how to do autonomously. You can use expert mode to have an expert from 1X supervise the session and provide corrective intervention to help Neo complete any task.
An expert from 1X supervising. You have a Waymo in your house. It's a guy from a call center looking at the inside of your home, having to stop the 1X from putting your dog in the trash can. No. Fuck. Shit. No, Neo. Put it down. That's what I've always wanted in my home, a $20,000 robot that is operated by a third party that gets an intimate view of my living space. This thing firing up in expert mode while you're in the shower. He's just there behind the curtain.
Anytime you're away from home and you want to see what your Neo's up to.
Of course, they had to plug the Dyson with the green light. That scam with it. Don't even get me started on a Dyson, dude. I got strong feelings about the Dyson.
You can open the app and see directly from Neo's point of view.
This shit's in expert mode. You come home, it's just holding up your underwear all weird. Neo. You know how many dishes are going to get dropped because of this thing? I promise you, this will not be the clean, seamless experience for those first 6 months. It's going to be glass and shit all over the floor. These things spying on people, children stuffing spaghetti in the ears, people hacking it and making it run really fast. Doing the Tesla plaid mode on the fucking 1X Neo, and it burns the leg joints out in 30 minutes. Wow, we wanted to see if he could run on a treadmill. What's the big deal? Okay, see, now that little bit right there, that's a dangerous marketing piece, because that one, unplugging the straightener, they might have just got every couple above 24 with that one right there. That burning... Did I... Who knows? Let's see if the apartment's on fire when we get back.
I can't seem to find my glasses. Is this paprika?
No, that's cayenne pepper. Also, your glasses are on your shirt.
Neo, I have dementia.
Could I use this in my chili?
They're both made from chili peppers, and you could put cayenne in your chili.
See, this bit is genius and scary, where now, instead of putting your grandmother or grandfather in hospice, they're going to target this industry with that. What if you could just plant the Neo in with your aging, wilting, parent? And you no longer have to pay those insane fees to put them in a home. You can just have this thing deal with it. This thing to wipe its ass. This thing to give it its medicine. This is a crazy, bold move, I think. And maybe I'm leaping ahead in terms of what it can do. Because like they said, it's just chores and basically your Siri HomePod with hands. But wouldn't surprise me if that's the direction they go with it. Completely undermine the entire, elderly care industry with this guy right here.
Neo is a speech-enabled AI companion made for any kind of conversation. Where other AI assistants are confined to your phone or computer.
I don't know if you've seen that article recently where like hundreds of thousands of people are talking to ChatGPT about like self-harm and psychosis and stuff. It would be so funny, a bunch of these get sold and it's just people with self-induced schizophrenic tendencies just locking this thing in a room. Neo, I need you to take the blueprints I just made with my poop and create a Stargate. I'm on one today. Look, guys, I as much as I want to sit here and joke about this thing surveilling you and all that, it's really not going to be much different from what your phone does already. It's just going to have hands. I think it is going to be a weird philosophical and ethical conundrum when this guy builds these things for a positive and earnest, authentic idea. Man, I want to help people. Man, I want people to be able to get time back in their life. And then the government shows up and goes, hey, pal, we need those now. But until that time, I know they're going to be purchased, bragged about. This is the Cybertruck of in-home appliances. And once they hit mass consumer level, these things are going to get smacked up. And then the robot uprising will occur. Ladies and gentlemen, by the title of this video, we're going to be talking some shit about older people. Now, not all old people are bad. There are some good boomers, but there's a lot of stuff online that makes it hard to like them. You may have seen that Twitter post where some boomer parents finally showed their son a bunch of college admission letters, and they never let him know that he made it into those colleges because they didn't want to be inconvenienced by the travel. Imagine on their deathbed, your shit boomer parents going, by the way, you got into a lot of good universities, but me and your mother just loved you too much. Hope the planet doesn't burn up. More recently, you may have seen this grim TikTok where a guy paints the reality of owning a home in 2025.
Me and my wife went and did the pre-approval process for a mortgage loan yesterday, and what the f*** are you talking about? It doesn't upset me for us because we aren't the average American family. I work a very niche job in the oil field. I make a very good income. My wife is a nurse. She does very good for herself, and combined, we have a very comfortable living in our home. But for the average American, this is way f***ing far out of reach. I try to explain this to my mom. She's telling me, oh, y'all just go get you a little $200,000 house. Mama, these $200,000 houses are f***ing rundown shack. We're looking at the numbers, looking at our income, looking at our credit, and they have us at $450,000, 5% down, which is $22,000. Thank God we got a little bit of money saved. They have our mortgage after PMI, after insurance, after taxes at $4,636 a month. What the f*** are you talking about, okay? And the thing is, we could afford it. We actually could afford to spend that money on a mortgage every month. But a $5,000 mortgage? Who are y'all selling these fucking houses to? Because we are outliers, okay? Not everybody is fortunate to have the jobs that we have. What about the regular fucking families that bring in combined $100,000 a year? They will never qualify for this. What the fuck is like?
I think online there's a lot of conversation about this. I think anyone young has seen all kinds of people talk about how it's not possible to own a home. But still, people have boomer parents and relatives that just simply Nope, not real, not real, not real. So I thought, why don't we all come together? Good boomers, the rest of us, come together for a mutual hate browse for the situation we're in. We tapped into our chunky little analyst here, and we got it to pull all kinds of homes from all over America for $250,000 to see just what you can get in this country as of right now. Now, when you're looking for a $250,000 property, where do you start, right? So I thought to maybe give us a baseline, why don't we go to some major cities and see what you can get for 250 grand. So let's start in New York. First up, we have a 420 square foot suck shack out in Staten Island. And I think 420 is appropriate because maybe in the 80s you could have got away with selling drugs here, some lame weed. That's not a viable business anymore. Now, this house is so good that they don't show you the inside. They will not give you a photo of the inside. The backyard is big enough so that you could form a line of at least 20 or 30 customers, depending on what business you run out of here. And, not everything has to be drugs and sex. I mean, you could convert this to a restaurant. Maybe you put a small kitchen in there, a stationary food truck, if you will. There's a lot of viable ways to at least pay the mortgage here. We can say that much. Hilarious to think what you could have got 30 or 40 years ago for 220 grand. And now it's just this. The seller of the home says, opportunity awaits this 1-bedroom, 1-bath bungalow in Midland Beach, conveniently located near schools, parks, beaches, shopping, and public transportation. Great investment opportunity, sold as is. Now, just going off the Zillow listings, it seems that you could actually maybe make something of this property. It's just on you to find a couple $1,000,000. For the low price of 250 grand, you have a multi-million-dollar opportunity if you have the means. But if that doesn't tickle your fancy, well, we got something else. We got a 754 square foot 2-bedroom unit, also in Staten Island. For $205,000, you can have this lovely 2-bedroom unit, which has what seems to be the remnants of a boba cafe. I think you get the dog as well. That dog don't look too happy to be there either. Jesus Christ. Oh, hey, guys. Neat nest. Hold up, time out. If you're a first-time viewer of the channel, I'm a big fan of neat nests and neckbeard nests. We're going to have to go ahead and give this a quick rating. I'm going to go 5 out of 10 on this one, only because there's no gamer desk. I think a gamer desk would bring this up to a 7.5 out of 10 neat nest easily. Got to give kudos for the bank robber hat on the wall. I like that. That's a nice little addition. Anyways. Let's look at the rest of the house. Now, I have to say, for the 205 grand, you're getting a nice spread in terms of style, all right? I like the spirit of this home, Christmas every day, just keeping a positive attitude. I like that. Now, as far as the bathroom, all you're going to have to do is replace that top drawer. Other than that, seems like a perfectly good bathroom. I like that this bedroom has sort of a sex room / John Wayne Gacy type of vibe. And honestly, even that curtain on the right, it also gives me a medieval feel. I'm conflicted in terms of what I really gather from this room, but I know that one of you would do wonderful things with this room. A couple other lovely features is you're near a marsh park, so I would guess that you're getting nailed with mosquitoes all day, and you're right next to some train tracks. Have to question what type of sleep you're getting, but hey, a house is a house, am I right? Now, we're talking about New York. Staten Island isn't really New York, so let's take a look at an opportunity in the city. This listing does not mention the square footage because it's probably just better if you see it in person. For the low price of $250,000, you will get central AC in this room. You get a kitchen in this room, and you get a bathroom connected to this room. This isn't yours. It's communal. You get to go outside. And the entrance to the building is gorgeous. I'd love to see anyone that's older pretending that real estate isn't a fucking nightmare right now to show what they were living in at the same age. I'm just imagining some of your boomer parents doing the completely bullshit double down where they go, I'd live there if I had to. I'd live there if I had, a lot of the easier for you to say stuff. There's no fucking way. But that's New York. You know, maybe there's other options, right? Let's check out Chicago. Chicago is the Midwest, so the bang for your buck is going to be a lot better. And here, for $250,000, you'll get a 2,400 square foot home, which, 5-bedroom, 4-bath. The inside doesn't look too bad. Slightly older, but look at this. You got a great communal family space. This kid is interested in Scream, which makes me wonder what type of media access he has, because I didn't know anyone still watch those movies younger than 35. I like this. The dining room opens up into the living room. It's probably great on the holidays. Everyone's connecting, family getting closer together. Laundry room. This is great as a parent. I think it's always good to have one location in the home that scares the fuck out of the child, and it has a necessary task in there. Go swap the laundry. You don't like swapping the laundry in the dark? Then do it earlier in the day. Go swap the laundry. I don't know what room of the house this is, but I appreciate this person's minimalism. I'm starting to feel like every one of these homes is going to have a neat nest, and it just compels me to rate it, So we can kind of have a running tab on the side of all my neat nests that we find on these properties. This one's a 7 out of 10. Blank canvas, a lot to work with. I love the commitment to gaming. It's just like up and game, just straight to it. Great neat nest, 7 out of 10. Honestly, 8 out of 10 neat nest. Like this one a lot. Anyways, let's move on. It appears that maybe the house is split into two. I can't quite tell because this looks like another family room connected to a pseudo kitchen, or maybe this is like a back house. The grayscale of this bathroom, it reminds me of like just apartment complexes, and it makes me feel existential dread, but that can be changed. Just a little bit of paint. Look at this. Got a backyard, plenty to work with. All this for the low price of $250,000 in what appears to be Southside Chicago. I'm not going to blanket say all of Southside Chicago is what Chief Keef and other Chicago drill rappers have rapped about, but now this looks like a decent option. You're pretty far outside the city. I would need someone from Chicago to comment on if this is convenient at all, because something I know about people in Chicago is they all commute into the city. Most of them live in suburbs, but again, for $250,000 and a willingness to suffer through a commute, you can have your own place. I feel like this is one of those where someone older says, "See, you just gotta look hard enough." But again, never a place that they would live. Shout out to the Midwest. It seems like you get some bang for your buck. Here's another option in Chicago. Same price range. You only get about 972 square feet. I like the medieval nature of this property. Weirdly, the outside feels like a home I would see in London. Somewhere, maybe not central London, but somewhere in England. But the inside is just that classic American gray. It's all just fucking gray. I like the different floor textures here. Wood into this nice marble, back into a softer wood. I don't mind that. I have no clue if that's the wallpaper or this door got hit with like a symbiote. That is a haunting border around that trim. Jesus Christ. Nothing a little gray paint can't take care of. And if you're wondering, hey, could this home possibly deliver me on a gray kitchen? Yes, it can. It can hit you with a gray kitchen. I like the skeleton. Keep that. If you're buying this place, keep this skeleton. Yo, the white handles on the knives, I don't hate that. That feels exotic. I like that, dude. If I'm buying this place, I want the skeleton and the white handled knives. Crazy, dude. And look at this, it's got a gym. That's actually very sick. It's something to have a home gym, not a luxury that many enjoy. And for whatever size room this is actually so much to work with. Great job to the original owners. You will have to relocate the light switch so you can have a mirror in the bathroom. But that's just a little electrical job. Nothing you can't afford, right? I don't know the nuance of Southside Chicago, but that's where these last two properties are at. If you're thinking it's anything like a Roblox server, you think the whole place is a war zone, but I'm sure there are parts that are just fine. Now, on the surface, $250,000 for 1,000 square feet and a small backyard. On paper, it doesn't sound terrible. But again, you run these numbers through like a mortgage calculator, you're probably, by the time you pay this place off, going to have paid double, if not more. And it's just crazy to think that, again, someone or a family would have to give up $500,000 in earnings for 1,000 square feet. Now, 1,000 square feet, that ain't bad for like a couple or an individual, but committing to a place for 30 years, I mean, it's asking so much of you. And for the amount of money you're paying, I mean, you could argue that all your money is just going into the place. So do you even have any personal sense of freedom? You know, does it greatly change how you fucking operate in your day-to-day life? Do you start saying no to things just to smile and say, now I've got a house that's 45 minutes with traffic outside the city. Yay. Now, I think what's funny is maybe someone would say, well, you're looking in big cities. Obviously, it's going to be expensive to live there, despite, you know, larger cities probably having more opportunity for employment. Fine. Let's have it your way. Let's go to Des Moines, Iowa. Now, I'm going to put one on the board for the boomers and say, don't say there's nothing out there, because there's something, right? Have you been praying for an opportunity to own a home? Well, God is calling you, because I got an entire church for sale. $250,000. 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 10,000 square feet. No one from Iowa talks like this. Imagine you and your people just posting up here, I don't know, to watch fucking Love Island or something. The stained glass is insane, dude. Look at this open space. Start a cult. What are you waiting for, bros? Now this makes sense because instant write-off. 250 grand out, 2.5 million in. Everything tax deductible. You just own a church. Look at this creepy ass room. How many people do you think got exorcised or potentially just died during a church dinner here? Oh wait, this is a bedroom. There is something Kubrick-esque about this room, man. Oh my god, this shit makes my hair stand up, dude. This image is a blue chew for all the hair on your body. 30 seconds of eye contact with this, you are a porcupine. Oh my fucking god. Yo, the stained glass, I kind of love it. Look at this, dude. You can run a Depop store out of here. Gotta love this, the classic summer camp shower where you hold your fucking balls with pure fear and agony, praying that people don't come in and prank you. Not speaking from personal experience. If you buy this place, you should get to keep the organ. Not the organs buried underneath, but the actual organ. And it's got an elevator. Look at this. 70s vibe. Creepy as hell. You don't know if this is going to an executive office or your last minutes on Earth. Look at this beautiful goon cave right here. And it's got a pole in the center. So if things are going real bad, you can start live streaming. Yo. They got 3 fucking... I know it's a bunch of dumbass dudes living in here. Every desk got the fucking gamer setup. This would be great, bro. In your early 20s, you and the guys just fucking hold up in the church. No pool table. These guys are fucking up. This dinner space is great, though. Massive commercial kitchen. I'm in love with this place, dude. I want this. I'm leaving LA. Now, where in Des Moines, Iowa is this? Let's just have a gander. I love the description of this place. Brick residence. Features prominent architecture and gorgeous stained glass throughout. New renovations include chef's kitchen with stainless appliances, full bathrooms with showers, laundry room, quality flooring, plumbing, updated electrical, fresh paint throughout, landscaping, and more. Living room designed for acoustics features 30-foot tall cathedral ceiling. Main level master features 2 large sitting rooms. You just want to chill. Separate closets, new bathroom with a walk-in tile shower, and antique vanity. Carrier heat pump and gas boiler, architectural roof. I guess was built in 2018. It's zoned for residential. I mean, this thing is set to go. Now you're all the way in Sac City. Which, I mean, if you're running a fraternity out of here, that's probably the best place you could be. It's home to the world's largest popcorn ball. That's cool. Oh, it's just a cool 2 hours from Des Moines. So any shot at having a job, it's just a cool 2 hour, which is a normal commute. Well, what are you bitching about? 2 hours is a super normal commute. I don't know why you're complaining, you know? We used to walk 7,300 miles in the snow to get to school. I don't know why you're bitching about driving in a fancy old car 2 hours to your job. You should be happy that you have a job in the first place. Corporations are the ones creating the opportunity. You should have some respect. I don't know why everybody's so mean to Jeff Bezos. He's out there making sure everybody can eat. He's doing what most others can't. You want to know another place buzzing with opportunity in terms of places to live and a home to grow in with a family? Let's talk about Oklahoma City. $250,000 gets you a 1,300 square foot home, which on the outside looks like something you'd make in Minecraft. I feel this would be designed by your 10-year-old cousin. But don't let the stone architecture deter you, because whoever designed this home was thinking, right? Is the backyard fucking frightening? Yeah, but just look past that, because it would be your backyard. You have a stable for a war chariot and various horses. If you want to torture someone, there's a great spot for that as well. You even got a PVC pipe and miscellaneous copper to lure in any potential thieves into your torture den. But the inside of the home looks great. Looks like any other fucking house in the valley in Los Angeles. This could be in Calabasas. I'm not shitting you. Beautiful starter home, paper-thin walls, so if you're piping down your partner, anyone staying for the weekend would definitely know. Brand new appliances, wonderful fridge. I mean, for $250,000, this looks pretty good. Now, I say this with love in my heart and personal experience. Shout out to all my people in Oklahoma City and Tulsa. I think we know what the real challenge of having this beautiful home would be. It would be living in Oklahoma City. And anyone there would tell you that. I'm not saying Oklahoma City is a bad place to live. I'm saying living there takes some grit. So for the $250,000, it would be on you to keep your sanity and find employment. But on the upside, you'd have a beautiful home. And shout out to Bricktown. Some great pool tables in Bricktown. Now, if you want to keep on the subject of bang for your buck, we got to head over to New Orleans. You can have this wonderful home, which would probably cost you $1 million in Second Life or hours of time in The Sims. But in real life, you can have it for the low, low price of $230,000. This is a 5-bedroom, 4-bath, 5,000 square foot home. And let me tell you, the realtors did a fantastic job with the photos. When looking at pictures of a home, I think it helps to know where the sunlight is coming from. And the realtors have made sure that you know where the light is coming from. They've put Michael Bay flares on all the windows. But never mind that. This house is beautiful. This looks like the courtyard to a cartel boss's home. It also could be a scene in Squid Games. Honestly, the low res of these photos is just making me think of every cartel shame killing I've watched online. And that is what all these rooms feel like. I don't know what it is about low-res photos. If you took these on a higher-res camera, I might not feel so bad, but each of these images gives me a really bad feeling. I actually not spent enough time in New Orleans to even comment on what this neighborhood would be like. Judging by the ceiling fan and the general attitude of you figure it out, I'm wanting to guess that owning this home might take a little bit more than $250,000. Now, let's look at our spectrum. A single room in New York, a whole church 2 hours outside of Des Moines, Iowa, the Minecraft home in Oklahoma City proper, and the Grand Theft Auto Vice City house up in northeast New Orleans. I feel it's pretty clear that at $250,000, you're going to be at least a half an hour from the city center. And if not that, you're going to be in a city that maybe is just has a lower population, so maybe there's less to do and less opportunity. But we might be thinking too narrow, because when you own a home, it doesn't have to be on land. What if it's on the water? Okay, up here in Portland, Oregon, you can live on the river for $220,000. This is a section of an old Chinese shipping boat that has been repurposed and rezoned as land to live in. Now, from the outside, this house looks great. For $220,000, I would love to live on a river. The only downside, I would say, is that haunting gray. Gray, I don't know if it's millennials or who's to blame, but gray, we've got to work together, guys, to get gray out of homes. It's fucking... If you have a friend that lives in a gray house or apartment, just put your hand on their shoulder and say, bud, I'll help you paint this thing. Just anything but this. Let's add some color to your life. Let's smile. 220 G's, this, I think, is reasonable to attach yourself to for 30 years. I think you could live on waterfront for 30 years. 880 square feet, some would say that's a bit of a smaller home, but, I think it's a sacrifice that's worth making to live on the water. Honestly, out of everything we've seen here, this is probably the most appealing, right? Sure, it's a cozy living space, but you get a lot of amenities and you're near a lot of stuff. Now, you're away from Portland downtown, which these days might be a good thing. I've been there recently. It's feeling a bit tough over there. Godspeed to you all. You're on your own little island here, Hayden Island. I just wonder if this island is man-made and then in 10 years the water line raises and destroys your house and the bank goes. And if you're a boomer that's being forced to watch this, stand up from the couch and start punching the air. Feel like you got one on the board, because you did. I mean, this place looks great. We've covered a lot of ground, Midwest, a little bit of the South, Pacific Northwest, Northeast. We gotta hit South proper. You gotta go to the place where everything's bigger and your money goes a longer way. We're talking about Texas. If you have an appetite to live in Fort Worth, Texas, you can deal with the humidity. Brother cousin, you can live in a Pokemon healing center. This place is huge. The current owner is among the first 20 to use Midjourney to create Pokemon porn. But if you can get past that, I mean, it's a massive place. This living room is huge, flows right into the kitchen. Gorgeous. Older kitchen, but who gives a shit? I get a nostalgic feeling from this. Look at that dishwasher. Can't be any newer than 1982. That's when Teflon had cancer in it, guaranteed. That's when Tupperware was made out of airplane plastic. It's probably tough enough to convert it to a safe. So, worthwhile vintage appliance. You got a second story, littered with Pokemon paraphernalia, top-tier goon cave, a 10 of 10 neat nest. Look at that guitar. Buddy shreds. Man, this person is just never growing up. Pokemon everywhere. Oh my God, dude. Texas is one of the states that lends to the boomer belief that you can get a lot for $250,000. But again, it all depends on your appetite and where you're willing to live. You just have to be willing to put up with humidity that was created by Satan. That's all. Texas in the summer, the amount of sweat that's produced in your gooch, I think it starts to form wax. You could build a candle out of what goes on down there. It's challenging. And I don't think that's just because I live in California. I think it'd be challenging for most people. I think it would even break some of Asia's best, and they deal with crazy humidity over there. That said, Texas has a lot of options for $250,000. It's just you got to deal with that weather. I think maybe that's the point that people want boomers to understand. It's not that you necessarily can't get a place for a decent price. It's that you're going to have to make some kind of brutal sacrifice. You might have to make a major change. You got to go to an entirely different state. You got to live outside the city. Maybe you got to live in an area that isn't safe. And again, a boomer might push back and go, well, I had to make sacrifices too. I think that's the crux of it. Even before you get to the point of sacrifices, you got to be able to afford it. The bottom line is money doesn't go as far, and I think some boomers just don't have empathy for that. It's not that people aren't willing to work for it. It's that even when they do, they're left with shit options. Even referring to the guy at the beginning of this video. Him and his wife have very good jobs, and they're looking at homes, at $500,000, and while they can afford it, the reality is setting in that all that hard work just goes into the home. And it might even make you question why even get a house in the first place. You're just working to live. It doesn't feel like you can win. That being said, guys, it's time to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. You and your friends piece up to own the Pokemon house, stream yourself, cracking Pokemon card packs, streaming the games, every edition of Pokemon, 24/7, anything you can do to afford that home. Start an Etsy store with custom Pokemon body pillows, all right? Charge extra for an embedded fleshlight. Not only are there affordable homes out there, they can all be converted into businesses, because at the end of the day, that's what America's all about. Buying your living space and turning every facet of your life into an LLC. Do you need money? Or perhaps you know someone that needs money? Well, this video is for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the end of American capitalism might be right around the corner, which means you have one last box to tick on your journey of being a consumer. All of our lives, we have taken out loans. We've gone into debt. But now is your moment to go over to the other side. Folks, it is now time for you to become a bank. Folks, welcome to the Noel Miller School of Business. Today, we are going to be browsing the financial subreddit r/borrow. And it's exactly how it sounds. You get to borrow money. Let's take a look at a sample loan to kind of set the tone. Unpaid loan. User Mr. Dick Boogers owes $1,200 and he's 3 months late. Well, this one is very disappointing. We have had a good number of successful loans with Mr. Dick Boogers, but he's ghosted me on this one. I like to think the best of people, and I believe him when he says he's having a tough time, and he did make some payments, but ghosting your lender should never happen. I am always happy to work out extensions, payments, etc. If you see this, Mr. Dick Boogers, get in touch, and I'm happy to work with you so you can get unbanned and get back on track. Let's see if Mr. Dick Boogers has been any bit active online since this moment. Turns out Mr. Dick Boogers is a bit of a freak. Walt, shut the hell up. Let Flynn watch us. Fuck. Now I want to take this opportunity to insert myself. Stop it. Into the situation and call out to Mr. Dick Boogers as well. Mr. Dick Boogers, I personally am a financial advisor. I do a lot of things. I do therapy, I do law, but I also do financial advice. And if you need to pay back this $1,200, I haven't seen you, but I have faith, just by virtue of you being a Redditor, you have got it in you. Mr. DB, let's start spreading some of that schlong snot on camera. What do you say? What? We're leaving the video again? Come on, guys. Don't leave me for the freaky-ass homeless.
I let a female shit it on my face.
Unpaid user Toxic Chris. Toxic Chris? Toxic Chris 2? It's a challenging one for someone who can't read. 4,500 Canadian, which is roughly, I don't know, $23 US. And he's 15 days late. Probably the end of the line in the community for this borrower. Unless they have a change of heart and decide to make things right in the future. Unfortunate. Have worked with this individual for over 3 years on and off, but maybe things finally went off the rails. They mentioned they were going through bankruptcy, as of our last message 1.5 months ago, around the time of their last Reddit activity. They still owe $2,800 to fulfill this payment. They did make decent progress in the earlier part of the loan after they bought the car they needed for work. I took a risk in providing the largest loan we had ever worked on together and got a poor outcome as a result. I've informed the borrower of next steps and will be proceeding to blacklist plus collections accordingly. If they repay, I'm happy to reverse this post and restore their Reddit commerce status by removing the strike against their identifiers. Borrower blacklist information. Initial CTB or CB, male. Oh my god, they just out everything here. Holy shit, dude. And of course, it's Reddit, so you're going to get someone giving you the most obvious advice. 4.5K is a lot to lend someone based on the internet, but hopefully they pay you back. Yeah, no shit, dude. Giving anyone $4,500 is a lot of money. I wouldn't give some of my closest friends $4,500 because I know I'm not getting it back. I would give them the $4,500. I would just know that it's not coming back. That's what I'm saying. So why do this, right? This whole thing is like the antithesis to Bitcoin. Bitcoin, you could do this anonymously, and here you get to know at least everyone's nasty little username, right? It's in some ways anonymous. I'm sure there's ways to track these people down. Now, if you had to take a guess how much money has moved, let's say, in the first quarter on this subreddit, meaning how much money has been exchanged between lenders and borrowers on their own behalf, just take a guess. Did you guess about $2 million? Because you were right. And if you didn't, congrats. You're an idiot. I would not have expected about $2 million to be moving on r/borrow. Pretty insane. Even crazier is the top lender on this subreddit, Laura Leo. They have 2,182 loans paid as a lender, totaling about $377,000. And of all that money, they're owed about $17,000. Insane amount of cash to just be making it rain on a subreddit. Now, you might be sitting here like I was when I came across this subreddit, not in a tribute way, thinking, why? Why give all this cash? Because I think most of us know, again, loaning money, you just expect that it ain't coming back. Even when you give money to family, I think the average time to get paid back from your family is about 15 years. And that's when someone dies, they get a bit of an inheritance, and then they just trim it off, which is fair, right? That's kind of how this country was set up to be eventually, is that we're all one kind of collapsing Ponzi scheme. The oldest people in our family, if we're lucky, got money when it worked. They kept some. That is the extent of trickle-down economics. Trickle-down when you're dead economics. I think that's the world we live in. When someone dies, you get a boat and maybe a little bit of scratch, just extra cash. You can sell the boat for a tenth of what it's worth, and congratulations, the trickle down has finally worked. I'm getting distracted. Why give out this money? Is it from the goodness of your heart? Well, some people on this subreddit would say that it is from the goodness of their heart. I, however, don't know if it's from the goodness of their heart. Let me give you an example. Request, 4,500 Canadian dollars. Repayment, 5,300 Canadian dollars. Now let's do some quick math. If I take this $4,500 loan, that means when I go to pay it back, I got to bring an extra $800, which is a whopping 18% on top of what I've taken out. If you can get away with charging 18% interest on a short-term loan, let's take roughly 18% of $377,000. That's a whopping $68,000. All right. Now, I'm not saying that you have, 300 grand sitting around to just be making it rain, but you might have $300 around, which you could and then turn to $3,000. Guys, this is now a business course. Welcome. This community tries to be on top of people, paying back. It's very strict. I'm going to read you the rules in a second. But more impressive is they have a universal scammer list, which is to track people who are just taking the cash and running away with it, which I think is what we were all thinking. I think when you hear, hey, there's a subreddit where you can take out money, and the only thing that is requiring you to pay it back is this. Pinky promise? Pinky promise you're going to pay it back. Hey, what the heck? You promised to pay that back with 48% interest. What are you doing to me, man? Hey, I've showed up at your job. It's me, the guy from Reddit. You promised to pay me back for 77% interest. Where's all this money going now that you're working? I want my fucking money back. What's interesting is r/borrow exists because a guy, it seems, kind of got chased out of the r/loans subreddit, which if we look at them like Bank of America, r/borrow might be, a payday advance situation. He basically got chased out of there because people accused him of being a profiteer. And he goes, I'm not. And that very well may be the case. But let me tell you, the other people on this subreddit, you can be a bit of a profiteer. Now look at this small loan. This person needs $200 and they're offering to pay it back at $250. Charging 25% on $200 is criminal, which is why all of you need to be on this subreddit immediately. You can finally feel the power that a bank has where you take advantage of a working person. You say, hey, do you have a nominal amount of cash in your account? Give it to me. And any cash coming in the next 2 weeks, I want that too. It's mine. I'm being funny, but there are people on YouTube who actually advise using this as a potential side hustle, or they've at least flirted with the idea of making this a side hustle. I think something I find funny about this is there's no way that you become a lender on this subreddit and you don't just start to, be with your friends and go, well, honestly, I kind of see where Chase Bank is coming from with the overdraft stuff. I get it. I'm a bit of a bank myself. All right. Sometimes, I'm not a big bank. Sometimes I'm a little bank. Okay. Shout out 50 Cent. You don't know 50 Cent? Oh, that's not a play on words. That's an artist. He was very popular before the housing crisis. Anyways, I don't think you can be a lender on here and not start to rot your mind a little bit and start to dehumanize people. When you have people like Mike 3344 owing you money, imagine having a running tab of all these Redditors, all right? And you're knowing that. And you're walking around the world going, you know what? It's time I get mine from Mr. Dick Boogers. You start hiring a private investigator, You start tracking down this guy's info, and then you get it. Now you're calling up your buddies. Hey, guess what? We got his address. Yeah, it's time to wipe down Mr. Dick Boogers. You catch my drift? And now you're driving up to some guy's house and you're kicking in the door, waving a gun. Mr. Dick Boogers, you better give me my cash. You better give me my cash. This is going to be your last nut. Huh? I'm trying to think of a play on fucking cum. Yeah, Mr. Dick Boogers, it's time for me to come and get it. John Wick, except it's Mr. Dick Boogers getting revenge on the loan sharks from r/borrow. To get any money from this subreddit is no easy task, okay? Your account, it's got to be at least 120 days old, no exceptions. So what is that? 4 months on Reddit? Now, 4 months on Reddit doesn't seem like very long, but it's the next bit. You got to have at least 2,000 karma with a minimum of 800 comment karma. Award karma does not count. Karma farming will earn you a permanent ban. No exceptions. 2,000 karma and 800 comment karma of just regular stuff is tough. But, you know, it makes me wonder if they qualify what those comments are. Could I just be on a feet subreddit saying nice feet for 4 months? Imagine getting kicked out of the r/borrow loan office. You know, you just get thrown out the door and you're like, fine, I'll take my feet comments somewhere else. I'll go to r/loans, you motherfuckers. Accounts with substantial deletions of posts and or comments on Reddit will result in a ban. You got to be well-liked just kind of across the board. A couple interesting things, you know, some checks and balances. You can't ask for money anywhere else. You can only be on r/borrow asking for money. And you can only make one request every 24 hours, which to me, I don't know how that limits anything, but hey, they know this business better than I do. I've never been a bank. To me, I'm surprised that anyone pays their loans back because you can buy Reddit accounts, you know? You could be on the other side of this, fleecing everyone giving out money. So what I'm trying to tell you guys here, again, this is a business class, you can scam on both sides. If you're looking for a greater message from this video, it's that. I'm giving you an opportunity to make some money, okay? You could buy Reddit accounts, borrow some cash, and just take off. I mean, what they want from a borrower is pretty limited information. Full name, Mr. Dickbutt. PayPal email, mrdickbutt@gmail.com. Primary email with proof that I'm Mr. Dickbutt @gmail.com. Employment proof, ooh, Photoshop. Phone number, Google Voice. ID verification, photo and selfie with ID, AI. Utility bill for location confirmation, AI. And hey, before, you know, if you work at YouTube and you're about to flag me for misinformation or something like that, this is satire and I'm joking, all right? Okay, you can click off the video now. We're just joking. Okay. Are they gone? I'm not joking, all right? We can do this for real, okay? We can do this for real. If you want to scam on the lending side, no one is stopping you. I mean, the subreddit says like, hey, don't charge high interest. And you'd be like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll do that. I'm definitely not going to charge 25% on a loan. I'm absolutely not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Now, look, I do want to be kind of serious for a second and say that you don't need a ton of cash to charge these absurd interest rates. I'm not saying you should do that, but what I'm saying is there are tons of loans on here as little as $25, $50, $100, and people tack on a fat fee to get that nominal amount of cash, which is very predatory and not cool. But, nah, I'm joking. You shouldn't do that. Although it is crazy that you could theoretically flip $200 over and over for nominal amounts of money. Now, granted, you don't get your money back straight away, so you're going to be waiting around for a while for your 25%, but that might be worth it to you.
Do I really need a family if I'm going to be making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month?
I love to kiss your sister on the lips.
My entire dad's side of the family was actively paying this woman and this son hush money.
My aunt pistol whipped my grandma.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another riveting video. If you are new to the channel, subscribe. We got a whole plethora, a buffet, a smorgasbord. You ever heard that word? Of content. That was disgusting. I didn't like that word. We do a lot on this channel, but there's something that we do consistently, which is $5 therapy. Today, we're talking about dirty, nasty little family secrets. And if there's anything I know about you guys, you have a lot of dirty little nasty family secrets. I think it's worth saying on this channel, we may have the highest amount of confessions to incest directly. We have a honeypot of incest stories. You know, we were doing it before all you guys were whacking it to... We were doing incest here well before COVID, all right? We did incest here before it was cool. Why are you guys walking out of the video? What? You're ashamed of this?
The freakiest thing you ever done, man?
The freakiest thing I ever done, I went down on a...
In the spirit of keeping it in the family, that's a pun for having sex with your cousin. We're going to get into some dirty, nasty little family secrets by way of this emotional black box right here. You know, this is the stuff that they put on airplanes, all right? This is the stuff that survives crashes. There are entire family lineages that have gone up in flames, and we have the aftermath right here. Let's start with story number 1.
Hey, Noel, longtime fan. Very easy question for you. Me and my boyfriend are going to be trying shrooms later this month. We have a friend coming over.
Look, this actually isn't story number 1. Don't put me emotionally between you and your whatever threesome you're about to run. That's none of my business, right? I don't want to be implicated in this threesome. Incel breakup. Gay baby mamas, okay. Dad catfish. Check party. Here we go. Sorry. This is number 1.
Oh, hey, Noel. So yeah, got one for you. I am a cam girl on a fairly popular website that rhymes with schmattermate.
That just sounds like the website you're on. Anyway.
I am doing pretty well on there. I've been doing it for about 2 years. And I'm also on OnlyFans now. Shameless plug, Sarah Lee XXX. If you subscribe and you recognize me, no the fuck you don't. On that note.
Well, yeah, you do have to be pretty shameless to plug yourself on OnlyFans. Sorry, it was a good play on words. She set me up for it, okay? She set me up for it.
Yeah, I'm doing fairly well, and I have some possible opportunities to be doing even better by collabing with some lovely ladies who are kind of at the top of the game.
I like how people on OnlyFans phrase their work like music, you know? Yeah, I have the opportunity for an Usher feature. Before I let this continue, you know, I'm curious. When you're making sex content, I wonder if there are ever arguments about like sort of creative property and intellectual property. When you make media, sometimes, you know, me personally, I'll get kind of proud of an idea I came up with. You know, there'll be some little nuanced aspect of a video or something, and I might turn to a buddy and go, yeah, that was me. When you guys are doing your thing, you know, if someone splooges in a particular area, you're like, that was my call. Yeah, I told him finish over there because it'll make the scene just a little bit more, you know, give it that punch. Now I'm thinking of some like ESPN 30 for 30, you know, the greatest ever do it on OnlyFans, and I don't know, directors or other guys in the room going, yeah, and you know, she was sitting there going, I'm gonna go 2 fingers. And all of us in the room, we said, hey, you know, do your thing, but it's a bit controversial to do 2. You know, at the time, everyone was only doing 1. But she's sitting there and she's going, no, I can do 2. I can do 2. And we just felt it was so bold. You know, we wanted to leave the room, and we offered, but she said, you know what? If I'm doing 2 fingers, I want you guys in the room. And of course, we obliged. So we stayed there, and we watched her do all 2 fingers, and you never knew you could put 2 fingers in there like that. She was an artist.
And so she did it. Lana Del Rey shoved 2 fingers in an alligator pussy.
I'll let this woman continue.
The problem I'm having is a deep-rooted fear of my family finding out, who are deeply religious. And yeah,
We all felt the tension. We all felt the 20-some years of family tension right there. That silence, let's run it back.
Religious. And yeah,
I'm imagining it was in your mind for a second too. You're like, they're gonna hate this.
you know, if I have the opportunity to make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, I kind of feel like I don't need a family in a way, you know, but also I want them to like me, continue liking me.
Capitalism, folks. If you make enough, you can just ditch your family. It's not a crazy thought. It really isn't.
So I guess just I'm asking, you know, do you think it's worth it? Do I really need a family if I'm going to be making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month? I don't know. Yep, so that's it. Love ya. You're great. Peace out.
Thank you. Look, look, you know, this dilemma, do I sacrifice a family for hundreds of thousands of dollars? This is the type of thing that Mr. Beast wakes up in the morning for. When you said that, you know, do I give up my family for hundreds of thousands of dollars? Mr. Beast, arguably, he might have been asleep, but subconsciously, the waves hit his ears, and he awoke. And his eyes started to color with blood, and the real him started to come out, and he goes,
I smell daddy issues.
The Mr. Beast production staff is salivating. They're wondering right now if they can get to you first and have you do this on camera, you know? We will give you millions of dollars to give up your family right now, and if you want us to double it, we'll kill them in front of you too. It seems like you want to go get those hundreds of thousands of dollars because you said you're going to go get it. So it doesn't feel as though you're going to hold back in that regard. So if you're going to go get the money, I think you just rip the Band-Aid off. You do it, and then you take that snapshot of that, you know, that first month's income. You show it to your parents. You go, look what I made last week from work. And they go, oh my God, honey, how did you do that? And then you swipe right, and then you just have, you know, just not the full spread, just maybe a headshot. You just show the lady or the ladies to your family, and then I think you just rip the Band-Aid off. You just show it to them, and you go, she put her tongue in my butt. Here's the thing. I've never personally made sexy content, so I'm speaking from a place of ignorance. If I had to add some serious to this, because I feel compelled, look, this is a very big decision that you're talking about making. So, you know, I would hate for you to watch this, and then you go, yeah, f*** it, I'm going to cut off my entire family. If you care about them, maybe worth talking to them first. Your parents don't really know you at this point in your life. And what they do know is an older image of you, or an image that's sort of idealized in their mind. Because they have hopes, they have dreams. When they brought you into this world and they raised you, they, sorry, that sounds crazy. Let me say that differently. I think I understand your parents don't really know you now. All right, I think I can say that with confidence. They don't know what your work is. They don't know how you make your money. Look, parents get over it. All right, they can whoop-de-wah about disowning you. They want you back in their life. In the words of corporate America, ¿por qué no los dos? All right, bro? ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not both? Speaking of ladies kissing ladies.
Hey, Noel. So my mom left my dad about 12 years ago, and it turns out she's gay. But whatever, you know, good for her. So then 10 years ago, my dad got a girlfriend. They had a lot of fun together, did a lot of drugs, had a kid. She left him recently, and turns out she's gay too. Now, he's not a feminine man at all. He's 6'4", almost 300 pounds. He got a deep-ass voice.
I know he got a deep-ass voice. You got his voice.
So I got two questions. How do I console him about both of his baby mamas being gay? And what advice can I give him so this don't happen again? Normally I wouldn't give a fuck about my dad's love life, but goddamn.
Look, respectfully, I know you got your dad's voice and shoulders. I know that for a fact. And that's not a diss. I'm saying you should be so thankful. You know, there's a lot of people in the gym working to have what you got up there. You know, Miss O-line. How do you want to let him down? You want to let him down gently? Do you want to give him the truth? You know, if you want to kind of keep it tongue-in-cheek and maybe surface level, you go, hey, Dad, maybe you're just so damn alpha that when women get intimate with you, they go, I've had so much man, I don't need any more man. You know, I wonder if your dad is so alpha tough that, you know, he's the type of guy that maybe doesn't talk about his feelings. He doesn't even really say much. You know, big acts of service guy. Might build you a deck. Handyman. Knows his way around a car. But if you ask him how his day's going or what happened in his life, it's just a lot of, it's good. Nothing, you know. The usual. And that stoic silence drove, you know, his last two baby mamas to go, I need to make up for all the emotions that I didn't have. So I need to go see some women. So maybe you encourage him to open up a little bit more. Maybe that's the, you know, we don't know your father. I don't know much about your dad as a person, so I can't tell him what hobbies to change, how to talk to people differently. I can't advise on any of that, but here's what I can advise on. A little bit of a trap, okay? It's a little bit of a lesbian trap. Here's what your dad needs to do. For anyone he dates in the future, he needs to create a scenario where he can really suss out, no pun intended, where they're really at. First thing he's going to do is buy a used Subaru. He's going to attach it to a simple box trailer similar to a U-Haul. Take the U-Haul branding off, because we want to see if we can get to a psychological level. Just get a plain white small box trailer and attach it to a Subaru. Leave it in front of the house. Ideally, you need to be able to see this thing from a window near a television, right? So if you're sitting in the living room, can you look through a window and see the Subaru out there with the box trailer attached? The second thing your dad is going to do is present all his future dates with some sapphic media, all right? That's an expensive way of saying girl-on-girl action, right? It can't be porn. That's too, it's too on the nose. You got to get like 90s and 2000s films with a scene where two girls kiss. It needs to be a movie that he knows like the back of his hand. Because what he needs to be able to do is take his eyes off the film for a moment and just kind of look over. And if he catches his date, eyes off of the television, fixated on the Subaru with the box trailer, he's got one. He's got one, and he's got to rethink the future. He might be wading in waters where he is not welcome. Okay? And that's the most I can say. Moving on.
Hello, this is Noel. I have a story for you. So, my father, who's about like 47, 48, has recently met this girl online who lives on the other side of the country. And me and my sister are about 99% sure that is a AI woman and he's being catfished. The issue with this is my father and my mom are divorced, so I want him to move on to be happy. But obviously we don't want him to be catfished. He says that she's rich and trying to fly him out. The issue with this is he's trying to drag me into it. So the real question is, do I tell him that it's AI, or do I just encourage him to be happy and let him figure it out on his own because he's a grown man? Thank you, Noel and friends.
Well, it depends. Do you want your dad, strung up to a chair with his nuts exposed, getting physically extorted for everything he's got left? It's up to you. If you want to get dragged into that. Here's the main issue right now. Your dad is potentially being messed with and extorted by someone you don't know. AI is an easy thing to get into, and it's an easy thing to create. You should make his next girlfriend. Don't let some stranger in another country, or potentially even stateside, lure him into a bad situation. You control that bad situation. Matter of fact, say, hey, Mom, would you like to control Dad via AI and get double child support? Now, I know this is super unethical, but in theme of this video, don't you want to keep it in the family? If Daddy's making a bunch of money, why are you going to give all that money to some stranger? He should be giving it to you, right? He owes you for the divorce. Even for maybe 6 months, just scam your dad. See how it feels. No, that's crazy, but that could be a way to break it to him, to just show him. You know, you scam him for 24 hours. Get a friend to do it. Make an AI girl. Have a guy friend do it. Have a guy friend make an AI girl, hit him up, scam him for 72 hours. I want to meet with you. Do the Dateline thing. Set your dad up on a blind AI date locally. Have him pull up to the Chili's. And then it's you sitting there with your guy friend. And he goes, the hell are you doing here? Dad, Brittany is not a real girl. And he might sit there and he might argue with you. Wait, you were a guy this whole time. I can't believe it. And you sort of have to explain technology to him. And you can kind of take him through the paces. But at least that way, you're breaking it to him. And he's not getting his kneecaps broken in for money.
Hey, Noel. So I was hanging out with my girlfriend the other day. And my sister walked in the room and was leaving, and she said bye, and leaned over and kissed my girlfriend right on the lips. And she said that, goodbye, and then left. And I was like, hey, I don't think I'm very comfortable with this. And my girlfriend said, no, this is completely normal. We do this all the time. Anytime we greet each other or say goodbye, I love to kiss your sister on the lips. And I'm not sure how I should feel about this. I'd love some advice. Hope to hear. Bye.
Hey, man. Brother. Listen. You have a voice that should be knocking on doors selling God. Look, man, I'm just saying, just from me to you, you sound like you're the last one to know in this situation. All right? Here's what you do, man. You got to find you some European bros. All right? Some Euro bros. Because let me tell you something about European guys, man. European men, friendship, standard part of their friendship is they see each other naked and they kiss each other on the lips. And they think American dudes are crazy that they haven't tried it. All right? You bring your girlfriend around your European bros and you smooch them all on the lips. Even just one, just smooch them on the lips on a goodbye. And she goes, what the hell? When'd you start doing that? And you go, oh, it's just something we just smooch each other on the lips all the time. It's no big deal. Does it make you uncomfortable? And you're not doing this as a retaliatory thing. You're doing this as this is a bit of a gay chicken. Because then if your girlfriend starts anteing it up with your sister, then Then you can look internally, and when you see your girlfriend anteing it up with your sister, if you have the urge to ante up with your gay bro, well, now you know where you stand. We can't put that in. That's insane. That's insane. I think you have to do the odd modern thing and go to your girlfriend and ask her earnestly, hey, do you want to bang my sister? And don't be too menacing about it. Just be serious about it. Because the thing is, your voice, like I said, you have a voice that should be selling God. So even though when I say it, it sounds harsh, I know when you say it, it's going to sound like, hey, do you want to bang my sister? It's going to sound like an invitation. And she might say yes. Okay? And if she does, we might need to put you with this other person's dad. We might have to put you guys together and send you out to go head-to-head with a conversion therapy camp, because I think you two might be able to undo whatever work they think they're doing. And that's just a thought I had in real time. That'll be $10,000.
Hi, Noel. I'm here to air my family's dirty laundry, I guess. This is a pretty new development in my life. My uncle died in January, and on his deathbed, he told us that he had a son that no one knew about, and and he was blaming him hiding this son on his death, that, you know, it was karma and that he got cursed and that's why he's dying.
That's a crazy by the way.
Oh my god. I see the light.
That sounds like I'm gonna nut. Let me say it differently. Wait, before I go, by the way, I have a son, and I kept that in for 46 years. Yeah. His address is actually, it's underneath my wallet over there. Yeah. Have a look. Tell him I said I'm sorry.
However, more information came out where my entire dad's side of the family was actively paying this woman and this son hush money not to come forward and to move far, far away.
Is your family famous or something? Why do they need to pay her hush money? Who? It's a hush from who?
For context, this all was happening in Russia. I live in America. There was zero contact. There was nothing. So on his deathbed, when I went to visit, I found out that I have a first cousin, and he's like 5 years older than me. And I'm never going to see him because there is literally no way for me to see him or meet him because there's no way of contacting him. And yeah, and I guess him hiding the fact that he had this child caused him to die from cancer at like 50. So I guess that's pretty dirty laundry, but yeah, have a good day, I guess.
Part of me thinks you should get in touch with the cousin, all right? Because the cousin didn't ask to be brought in the world, and you might be able to repair some of that damage where you go, hey, look, Uncle is an asshole for that, but your family, dog. But then, you know, you don't know if you do that, and then he shows up and he's kind of weird. Kind of odd. So, here's how I think. If they're paying the family hush money, find out when the last payment was sent, get that bank information, start to do some digging. I bet you could find them. You know, because you need to do it before your cousin turns into something bad. All right, that's the only responsibility you may have in this situation. All right, your uncle might have made John Wick, except John Wick comes for your entire family. Good luck to you, man. I really hope that this distant cousin of yours that was just completely ignored and disconnected from your entire family does not get really mad about it and seek revenge. I hope that doesn't happen.
Oh my god, that's so fucking embarrassing. I literally got interrupted by the fucking phone. Anyways.
Is vape doing that to your voices, guys? What is doing that to you? The vocal fry, I have it, but it's not good. We gotta stop doing whatever's giving it to us. You know, me included, because I have it sometimes too. Oh my god, this is embarrassing.
Basically, my aunt pistol whipped my grandma.
Okay, all right, okay. See, everyone says TikTok is doing terrible things to attention span. It's speeding up stories. Now we're interested, and I appreciate that.
My aunt pistol whipped my grandma, her mom, and then, like, duct tape tied her to a chair, stole her car and her phone, and left my grandma in, like, the back of a closet in the house.
She probably just was just going through something. We shouldn't judge.
Or in her trailer or something like that. I ended up getting a fucking text from my uncle because
My uncle died from cancer because he was keeping a secret family.
Because I have my grandma's old phone number, and I'm like in freshman year of high school, and it says, hey, M, please come home. We won't call the police. We'll get this all figured out. And I was like, what in the is going on? Like, that's my aunt's full name, my middle name. Like, what? And so I was just like, this is me. Like, bro, what is happening? Anyways, figured out that she did all this.
She went to prison for 3 years and got breast cancer in prison.
Double homicide.
So, yeah, that sucks. Karma comes back like a bitch. Hardcore, I guess. But yeah, that's my dirty laundry for my family. But this is all public news. It's on a news article, so it's just like our town news article, but still fucking crazy. Anyways, peace out, guys, and yeah.
You sound like Dory if she did a little bit of cocaine and smoked a lot of cigarettes. She got the big C. I think that's God letting you know you can't go pistol whipping grandmas, man. no matter how shit the grandma is, you can't go pistol whipping a grandma. You know, then they put the evil in your boobies. He was like, "Hey, bro, you want to put your chest out like that? You want to act tough? I'm gonna take it away. Can't do that." On one hand, you know, I want to say tying up and pistol whipping a grandma is so unnecessary because most grandmas, they can't take that type of punishment. But the fact that your grandma needed to be tied up and pistol whipped and tied up and put in a closet, no less, I really want to know more about your grandma. Because your grandma sounds tough as nails. Think she could take the butt of a gun to her skull, and that wasn't enough to put her away.
Light work, no reaction.
Would have been ice cold if your grandmother took the pistol whipping in the chair and goes, "I'ma count to 10," just like she used to say when your aunt was little. You know, she's tied up in that chair. She goes, "I'ma count to 10," and then your aunt feels the need to drag her while tied up in the chair to the closet to get that head start, to get it going. Sounds like there's a lot going on in the family. I would say for you, just given what little I know about your family, I would say keep one eye over your shoulder and walk around with a helmet and put an extra cell phone in your closet because it sounds like your family doesn't mess around.
Today is another episode of the $5 Therapist, and I can't wait. So let's just get into it.
Hi, Noel. I've been watching you since like 2019. I hope you're having a good day.
I'm sorry, you're being very nice. And I'm a literal person, and that sentence sounded really funny. Hi, I've been watching you for 6 years. I hope you have a good day. Appreciate you, rocking with me for so long. That's beautiful. I am having a good day. I'm having a great day, especially because I get to use this. Please, let us know your pain.
I have nothing in common with my boyfriend, but he treats me really well, and I'm getting like really tired of him. Like, he starts crying anytime that I try to have a conversation that is more depth than like watching like a YouTube short. But like, he paid for me to get like my 6 wisdom teeth out. And like, he's nice, but like, we literally have nothing in common. Like, I'm in college and like, I'm doing like actual shit. And like, this is someone who like somehow burnt out without ever doing anything. You know what I mean? So like, we smoke and we chill and it's fine, but like, that's literally it. So what should I do? Because I cannot waste another like 6 years. Okay, thanks.
You guys are on fire today. Oh my God. I have a lot to say, but I just need the first sentence. The first sentence is so funny.
Treats me really well, and I'm getting like really tired of him.
My boyfriend treats me really well, and I'm getting really tired of him. Oh my God. Every incel just heard this, and just the fire in the back of their throat is just... Oh my God, dude. I think you know what you want to do. I think you want to stay another 6 years with him. This sounds like marriage. Also, you just kind of slipped it in there that he just cries. You didn't really explain that. You're like, he cries at anything with a little more depth than a YouTube video. That could be a lot of things. Is this guy just standing over the stove, looking at it, just crying, going, "We can cook anything"? Here's the thing. There are crying people and non-crying people. I really do believe that is a separation in us as humans. There's a group of us, like she describes, just cries at anything. And I think those people need to be with each other, you know? And that's a bit cryist, and I'm sorry. But I just think crying people need to be with each other. because then you get situations like this where the non-crying people, they just can't get it. There's no way to really bridge that gap. Because if you know a crier and you're a non-crier, it's asking a lot from a non-crier. I would say I'm in the non-crying camp, and sometimes I struggle with a bit of empathy with the crier. Because I can understand crying a few times, but standing over the stove, if you're my partner and you're standing over the stove and I walk out from the bedroom, let's say it's 9 a.m, we're getting ready to make breakfast, and you run out there to kind of get things started, and I'm, clearing my eyes, and there you are, my partner, at the stove, just going, what's got you, it's just that it's so beautiful that we have, access to, a gas line, and we can just cook whatever we want, because there are people that can't cook, and it's, amazing that we get to cook, anything and everything, whatever we want, and it's so beautiful. So if you're asking my advice, I would say you're not a crying person, and I don't think you like this guy. Also, you mentioned we smoke and we chill. Is he crying because he's too high? Is he not normally a crier, but you're sitting there and he really likes you and he wants to impress you and he wants to make you happy, so he's just smoking himself into oblivion, challenging his ability to hold on to his emotions, and there you are, a little bit dead inside, high as hell. Nothing can quite fire you up. And you're like, man, this fucking compilation of soldiers coming home is pretty stupid. And he's sitting there going, what? This is fucking beautiful. I think you should get married. That's my advice to you. I think you get down on one knee and you tell him, let's do this forever.
Hi, Noel and crew. Sorry I sound kind of insane. I'm a bit sick, and I hope this is even interesting enough. But I got dumped in a Walmart yesterday, so I'm kind of reeling after that.
I often dump at a Walmart, too.
And maybe wondering what your advice is to get over it, considering it was a pretty bad end. I'm thinking maybe rebound sex with a woman instead. Thanks for any advice you have, $5 or not. Bye.
Oh, I never thought about that. Getting dumped at a Walmart could turn you gay. That's powerful. Really powerful. Thoughts on how to rebound after that? Yeah, you could. You could cross over. You could dabble in the other team. That's one way to forget about it. Although, messing with a lady might get you right back in a Walmart parking lot, getting blasted instead of dumped. I'm going to challenge you and say, I don't think getting dumped in a Walmart parking lot is all that bad. There's plenty of aisle to walk it off. You get lost in just a very large Lego section and think about what you're doing with your life. Plus, if you're thinking of switching teams, there are plenty of lesbians to pick from in a Walmart. Plenty to work with. So I think that was the right place to leave you at.
Hey Noel, long time listener, big fan of the show. I got this cat, and I love him to death. He's the cutest little thing on the planet. I just can't get enough of him. But he pisses everywhere. Every chance that he gets, he pisses. He gets up from a nap, he pisses. He finishes eating, he pisses. I can't leave him alone for more than 5 minutes, or he'll pee all over my new shoes. He fucked up my Jordans. He fucked up my Vans. He fucked up my Timbs. He's about to crease my shit, and I'm about to fold his ass. So, what should I do? Thanks.
Well, now you know what it's like to live with an alcoholic. None of your stuff is safe from pee. Pee is always on the menu. I'm worried for you because you hang around this long enough, you might develop a bit of acceptance for it. And you know what acceptance leads to. Kinks. Before you know it, you're in Germany, getting whizzed on, because it's so familiar to you, and it's so comfortable. You'll be sitting there, wrapped up in leather, with pee-pee running down your nose going, how did it come to this? And your cat will be standing over you being like, you like that, big boy? I'm not a cat guy, so my thing would be to do what everyone else does with their cats. For the streets, let them out. You know, just as a tangent, I learned that people just steal cats. That would make sense because they don't seem like loyal creatures, as far as I know. I know a lot of you are cat people, so I'm speaking lightly here about those, just absolute rodents you have in your house. Let me not mischaracterize a cat as a rodent. I got in big trouble for doing that last time, for misspeaking on the rodents. Look, dude, pee-pee cat, I would equate this to when someone has a partner that is very cute, but has a small bladder. Plenty of it is out there. I think it's something that people deal with. They got a girlfriend that giggles a little bit too hard. She just peed at the family dinner. Road trip, got to pull over every 5 minutes. What I'm trying to say is I think many people make sacrifices to be with those they love. People that warm their hearts. They'll put up with something. And a piss cat I think that's a tough one. That might impede on future relationships. You're going to have to find someone else, if you're looking for someone, that also is accepting of a piss cat. And that could be tough. But I understand the cat is cute. You don't want to just kick it to the curb. Maybe put a diaper on it. It's like training for early fatherhood, early parenthood. I've never seen a cat with a diaper, and that's just kind of funny. Have you considered that maybe it's something you're doing? Maybe there's something about you that makes the cat act out in revenge. Often in our problems in life we put onto others, but maybe you are making the cat go, you know what? I'm just going to piss on something. Because this guy, I can't deal. He doesn't treat me right. As your therapist, I would say, look within. Or just throw it out to the street.
Hey, Noel. My name's Dane. This doesn't sound like a real story, but it actually happened to me, and this is my little testimony for your $5 therapy session. This is actually the first night I've seen you on TV, and I'm over at my buddy's apartment, and he told me to call in. But about 2 years ago,
Appreciate that southern condescension, my man. Here's a little story for your little $5 therapy show. I ain't even ever seen you on the TV. This guy, you stuck out there in Appalachia? You still watching cable news? Still watching cable TV, man? Look at me making fun of you from the big city. Look, love your accent, man. Continue, please.
I started seeing this woman who my mom absolutely hated, and I think it was mainly because she was 36 and I was 19, and she had 3 kids, and one of her kids she actually gave up for adoption, so that should have been a first red flag for me, but it wasn't. I dated this girl for about 3 months, or no, it was more like 6 months, and it was fight after fight. I caught her cheating on me, and I caught her and woke her up slamming the door, and I left her house. I found all the evidence, and she ran after me butt-ass naked in her yard and, begged me to come back inside. So like an idiot, I did. That's pretty much, I broke up with her, and she started following me around. She went and worked at my favorite store in our local town. She's not even from where I'm from, but she went and worked at my favorite farm store. I ended up getting a restraining order against her, and I hadn't talked to her in about 1.5 years. And then, some shit came up out of the blue, and she killed herself.
That's not fair, man. That's not fair, man. You you knew what you were doing. You delivered it that way. I'm laughing at the way you said it. There was air in that hang up. That was a landline hang up. Listen to that. Listen to the air coming off the end of that sentence.
She herself.
If you lived in the landline era, you know what I'm talking about. When somebody hung up on your ass and you felt the handle of the phone hit the fucking and there was about that 3 seconds of wind travel into the microphone that you would get. Back in the day when you got hung up on, you sat there and you took 2 forms of disrespect. You took the hang up, but you also took that. It was mean. You knew it was coming. You just stayed there on the other end listening to that air pound through the top of the speaker. Well, thanks for sharing. That was crazy. Well, I have so many questions, but you don't even seem like you need help with this. This feels like such a small town story.
Hi, Noel. My name is Sydney, and I watch your channel all the time. I know you hate that all of the advice I ask for has to do with horniness, but this might also be, but not on my part. So I am 30 years old. I've been single for 4 years, and I just started talking to a guy that's very financially stable. Everything about his life is very stable, which I love because I have never dated a guy that's seemingly stable. And then he told me after our 3rd or 4th date that he would be really into me talking to other men either in front of him or behind his back, and he really wants me to hook up with a guy behind his back or in front of him. And I'm definitely not that type of person, but I already really like him, so it's kind of stuck in a hard place here. He also has a specific type of man that he would like me to talk to or hook up to, and I just don't know how to feel about it.
We can all take a guess.
Should I just block him and move on, or should I explore that or ask him more about where that comes from? Thank you.
I'm sorry. I have been stuck in the house watching media for too long that I can't take this guy seriously. Bro, 3rd or 4th date? Yo. I mean, I appreciate transparency, and I appreciate that he's like, hey, before this gets too far, I want to let you know something. I'm into something different. I can appreciate him letting you know, but 3rd date, I mean, that's really ripping the Band-Aid off. I don't know how modern dating goes. Maybe, I've heard you guys hook up a lot faster. So maybe the dates are the formalities, and you've slept with each other a handful of times, so maybe that's why he's comfortable volunteering that. Here's the thing. You don't want to get into weird territory where you're trying to change somebody. If he's really into this, do you necessarily want to be the one to try to convince him off of it? Does he resent you? Which is a weird position to be in, because if you're looking for monogamy and you're like, hey, I just like you and I only want to like you, it's weird to create resentment. And your boyfriend's sitting there going my bitch girlfriend, she won't even hook up with other guys. It's like, what are we even doing here? If you like the guy, maybe it's worth a question, What got you into this? Why do you like it? Could we maybe just focus on us? Could you be satisfied with that, But what if he's been single for a while and he's a bit lonely and maybe a bit horny? And so he's going 0 to 100 maybe with you because you're that special. You're that special to him that he's like, God, I will do anything with this woman. And, you guys can see if you line up in that way. He just might be just a good old freak. In the end, it may not be compatible. Kind of like criers and non-criers. He might just be freaked, and that's something I think is worth asking. Like, hey, do you want to? I can't match your freak. Is there a world where you want to turn down your freak, and we see how this moves forward, and see where it goes? Third date, in my opinion, is like it's a bit fast to kind of reveal that information, but I could be wrong. So, anyways, thank you for sharing that story. That guy would be a great candidate for someone from the last episode. Let him watch.
Hey, Noel. My name is Joe. I just moved to a new state to take care of my elderly uncle. And, I think he's part of a cult. And I think, low-key, I might be schizophrenic, but weird shit keeps happening. He lives at, the top of this hill, this 50-yard driveway. And for the past 3 nights, a car has sat at the end of the driveway with its headlights and everything off. I confronted this person, and it was a member of the church. So I don't really know if this counts as grounds for needing therapy, but I'm definitely feeling a bit shaken up from it. Let me know. Hit me back. What's up?
Professionally, as a therapist, I'm going to recommend to you get the fuck out of there.
Hey there, Noel. Wonder if I couldn't get some $4.99 therapy. Just recently got cheated on for the last month of a long relationship. Said I was working too much and she needs someone free. Well, be the bigger man, let shit pass. And then last week I found out that the dumbass she left me for is not only my coworker, but they just got into a DUI accident and lost not only his license but his car. And I'm wondering, do I say, I'm glad you're okay, or do I kick his ass? Anywho, yeah, I'm going.
Yo, you're a guy that I need to get on the horn with. A lot of people I will call or text, but you, sir, with that voice, that's getting on the horn right there. I need to get on the horn with Buddy right there. First of all, let me say a little bit of bro love right here. Your old lady made a mistake leaving you because you got auctioneer voice, dude. You got a real Wrangler voice, dude. That's the voice you're supposed to get when you put on a pair of 501s. You got a little bit of that cowboy sauce about you, man. So shout out to you. First of all, to answer your question, absolutely do not wish them well. Absolutely do not wish them well. What I think you do is you text your lady and you say, "Do we love you more than me?" And obviously you spell Dewey, D-U-I. Maybe you might have to get clever with that one, D-O-O-U-I, maybe a little French. Dewey, do we love you more than I? Do we love you more than me? And, actually, you know what? Leave it as a voice note. Leave it simple.
Hey, I heard about your accident. I just want to check in and say, do we love you more than me?
It's gonna pack a fucking punch, dude. That's the universe helping you out. That's the universe giving you the clear sign. Let these bozos crash and burn together. So I think you don't wish them well, because 2 things can be true. You can be happy that they're alive. Okay, you can be happy that they didn't die. You don't wish death on people, but at the same time, thank God they're alive, because now they're alive and you can earnestly and openly express your disdain and hatred towards them. You can be happy for people's well-being and also be happy that you actually get to feel how you feel about them with no guilt. Thank God they made it through that accident, because I hate them. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Today, I have so much to talk about, and I can't do any of that until I show you this clip. Now, I want to tell you, this might be the heaviest 15 seconds you watch today. I won't even say another word. Just let me show it to you.
If you don't know what you're looking at, that's fine. I'll explain, but before I do that, I have to say, I think this is the closest we're gonna get to knowing what the Big Bang felt like. There's so much information going on that is compressed into such a fragmented piece of media. I gotta do it again. The dude's scream is so I mean, this guy knows what he's doing with this post. Full stop. If I see my wife doing this at any kind of yoga class, neither of us are ever going outside again, you know? And that's not just because she's my wife, it's because she's a woman. No. So this is what's called 9D breath work, and I think only a service called 9D could make you feel this way. Sorry, I know, that was terrible. That was awful. But I'm pretty fascinated by what this is supposed to be, because even though it's these people screaming, which, by the way, dude's neck, his neck looks crazy. His neck looks like a low poly mountain in like a motocross game or something. It looks like nutsack. It also looks like cock, you know, and I don't know if we can say that. This guy's tatted hand, you know, pressing down on his chest and pulling out all this energy. I mean, this feels like a close-up in Star Trek or something. Like just putting some evil into this guy's body. I can say this, whatever he's doing to this guy, I don't think I ever want to experience, but it's definitely funny. Sorry, can I just do this? I need to get to the point of the video, but Jesus Christ, do you hear? Like, am I crazy? Am I not hearing just a faint? It's just a ever so faint. You caught that? Sam, run that back in the edit. You caught that? That sounded like the final 3 pumps. I know it's cheap to make it sexual, but I mean, how do you not? These people look like I don't know, like they've been riding a Sibian for maybe 30 minutes straight, and they're finally at the point. Speaking of tickling your fancy, good people of Milwaukee, I want to invite you to hang out with me in Brookfield. I'm doing some shows, and I know Brookfield, it's a drag, but hey, it's one of those great places in America where you can drive through a roundabout and no one will do shit about it. But yeah, buy a ticket now, noelmillerlive.com. All right, let's get back into the soul touching. So these people are experiencing a service by way of 9D breath work. It was started by this dude, Brian Kelly. I'm real ADD today, but as I'm trying to pull up the website, I mean, look at this fucking dude. Sam, from this point forward, anytime I say something remotely horny, just put this guy on screen over silence. If you haven't heard about breath work, it's basically taking the act of breathing and then selling it to you. That's what some people would say. I don't really know a ton about breath work. Like, I don't know nuanced aspects of it. I've never done it. You know, I just know about Wim Hof and these other types of programs where basically you try to like regulate your nervous system and your body and your mental psychology by controlling your breathing. They're kind of elaborate versions of, hey man, take a breath. But doing breath work through 9D is different. And rather than me trying to explain it to you, let me just show you.
What is 9D? 9D is the belief that it doesn't take years of talk therapy to treat trauma or addiction. It's the exploration of merging ancient techniques with modern technology.
I'm really interested in how they take ancient yoga and skull candy headphones with lights, merge those together to eradicate all my need for talk therapy and heal all my traumas. It's possible. I'm curious to know how they do it. But, you know, I'll let them continue.
With modern technology to transform people with unprecedented potency. It's safety.
Now, in those two shots, here, if I could just make a complaint up top. In those two scenes, we all saw it, right? We all saw it. The one young lady getting her, I don't even know what you would call this. You know, yeah, this looks like healing. This looks like a healing process to me. Sorry, I'm just trying to understand how. Sorry, I'm just gaining a larger understanding of the program. Look at her, she's DJing. Obviously, they know what they're doing in the edit, but what I don't like is that they're gonna put this in front of us, and then when we make a horny joke, they're gonna act high and mighty and be like, "You're being immature." No, you put this in the ad. I haven't even let it explain what it's supposed to be, and it's not done a good job of explaining what it's supposed to be yet. But they know what they're trying to get you, right? You are 1/3 of the way through of the ad, and all they said is that we're going to merge ancient techniques and modern technology. So what I'm getting here is you put on the Skull Candy headphones and then you just do the Kama Sutra. And other people just pretend like it's not happening near you. So I guess spiritually, 10 people lay around you in the cuck chair, and then 2 people, I guess you get healed through a DJ set.
It's safety, community, awakening, and art, all experienced through the power of collective breath. 9D Breathwork was founded by a team of people who understand mental suffering on a deeply personal level. We're on a mission greater than any of us, a mission to make the power of guided breathwork accessible to everyone on Earth so that we elevate the collective consciousness of humanity. And we invite you to join this mission.
All right. Again, breathwork, it's supposed to be a practice. You know, I would say it's almost like yoga. That'd be my interpretation of it, where it's something you're supposed to do in your own time. You can do it in groups. It's got a spiritual nature to it. And there's supposed to be, many benefits, right? Like I said earlier, getting control of your body, control of your emotions, things of that nature, potentially getting you closer to a more spiritual place in your body, mind, and maybe even your soul. I think what's different about 9D breathwork is you're going to come. That's what they're trying to tell you, I think. Unlike Wim Hof and maybe these other breathwork programs where it's about centering yourself, you're going to come, and then you're going to elevate your consciousness together on your mission to heal the earth. But first, you're going to nut spiritually. I've said his name a couple times, but the creator, Brian Kelly, is an interesting guy to me, right? And his story is that he used to be an entrepreneur and he was focused on building businesses and it burnt him out. Brian Kelly did what is called a somatic breathwork class, which has wonderful reviews. Went to a somatic breathwork class that was horrible for my anxiety and body safety anxiety. I left anxious with a headache. How can I re-regulate? You're going to have to do another somatic breathwork class. That's what you're going to have to do. But he did one of these, and then he realized that this was sort of his calling, maybe. He felt that he wanted to take this to the next level. So as a former business guy, he decides to create a business where he's just going to optimize therapy, right? What to expect from a 9D session. The sessions are perfect for all levels, from ones who have never done any meditation or breathwork before to the ones who have been doing breathwork for years. We create a space where everyone is welcome. During the session, there will be a long introduction, 20 to 30 minutes, that teaches you the breathwork technique and talks about what you can expect during a journey, which is 90 minutes, which you will be billed for. Which is it is not covered by insurance, and you will be expected to pay the $750 up front. The introduction will prepare you for all you need to know. After the introduction, you'll lay down in a comfortable position, put on special headphones, and follow the instructions you hear through the headphones. The total experience is around 2 hours, and we recommend an hour of integration afterwards. So make sure to not plan any meetings or obligations for at least an hour after the journey. And really what that is you're going to get so horny, I guess, or maybe almost finish that you're going to need to lay there for a while. And who knows, you might fall in love with your instructor. But these headphones, it's important to know what these headphones can do, okay? 9D multi-dimensional sound experience. Solfeggio frequencies. That refers to fellatio frequencies. I don't know if you knew that. When you perform fellatio, you're actually touching a frequency that is aligned with the natural spirit of the earth. And you're just going to hear that. So in an audiological way, you're going to be eaten out psychologically, okay? Isochronic brainwave tones. That's the stuff you hear in Yeats music. Bioacoustic sound effects. This is just the sound of a bisexual playing an acoustic guitar, just vaguely in the background. 432 hertz harmonic tuning. Again, if you're not familiar with the 432 hertz frequency, I encourage you to do some reading. Somatic breathwork. So this is borrowing from Brian Kelly's initial experience. He's bringing those teachings to you embedded in this 9D experience. Subliminal hypnotic therapy. That's just going to be stuff like, shoot the president, shoot the president, shoot the president. And that just kind of goes this in the background. Binaural brain entertainment. That is just, that's another bisexual thing, but it's Australian. Guided vocal coaching. That's different from the subliminal hypnotic therapy. This is just more of your classic vocal coaching. You know, stuff like, do you want to fucking sell? Do you want to sell solar panels, or do you want to go back there and be a fucking loser in society? Tell me you're an alpha right now. Tell me! So you're getting all that from the 9D session. So if you think about the clip at the top of the video, now you know why this guy's screaming at the top of his lungs. Okay, jokes aside, that 432 hertz harmonic tuning, I don't want to fuck with that. Look what it does to you, dude. Look what this shit does to you. Whatever he is actually doing in these headphones, I want no parts of it. It doesn't seem that you can get through a session of that without just blowing your load. Even look at the advertising material. They had that lady at the end of the promo video on YouTube, whatever that main ad was. They had her doing the the MLG moan, the fucking. Now you might be thinking, "Oh man, you're just isolating one clip. It can't all be like that." Yes, it can. That guy put his tongue out. That guy put his. That's the solfeggio frequency right there. It just brings it out of you. It brings the freak out of you. Now, obviously, I've never done one of these sessions because I'm completely childish about what this is supposed to be. And I know this is the internet. I know one of you is going to be in the comments going, "I've actually done one of these classes." And I want to let you know, I don't give a fuck, all right? I'm sure you're a nice person. This is funny, and we are laughing at it. I'm sorry, that was crazy. That was crazy. I'm not trying to be mean, but we are laughing at it. The whole reason I wanted to make a video about this, besides it just being a little bit absurd, is because obviously in the clip that's gone viral, everyone's laughing at the dude, ham neck screaming his ass off, and rightfully so. It is very funny. But then you have all the people that call it a scam. They're critical of anyone who would pay for this. When I see these people screaming like that, I personally feel they should be doing this. If they need a quick solution to get out that energy, please, by all means, do the 9D, whatever, ASMR brain scramble. Please do that, because if they don't do that, then we got to deal with it, right? That guy, ham neck, screaming his ass off, if he doesn't do that in the 9D class, he's doing that to maybe one of you in traffic. He looks like that guy that got that like viral road rage clip from I don't know, however many years ago. All right, so he's either going to scream at you in your car. I mean, God forbid you're this guy's girlfriend and the chicken is cold. Imagine fighting over a parking space with that guy. I mean, the scenarios are endless. So I think, as weird as it is, I'm happy for anyone to do this. Because everyone's more pissed off now, and I would rather they get it out in the 9D laying down disco. I don't even know what you call it. Just for the sake of, we're talking about it, I do think it's worth presenting, a couple different experiences that people have had with this 9D program. Because I know, me personally, in these 2 Instagram clips, I've gotten all I've ever gotten personally from 9D. And maybe that's because I'm scared. But because I'm never going to do it, naturally, I'm curious about what other people have gone through. And some of the posts are interesting. Hey guys, I am definitely new to meditation and breathwork and have been extremely reluctant to go. It was only after praying for guidance and truly surrendering when I was finally motivated to go to my local meditation studio and try breathwork class. I walked into a room of about 15 people, and the instructor began guiding us into proper breathing technique, which I believe is just kind of, it's kind of what you normally do, just different. We laid on our backs, each practicing deep breathing, and then the instructor came and spiritually fingered me. No, that's not what they said. We laid on our backs, each practicing the deep breathing. The lights were low, and there was high vibe music playing loudly throughout. What is high vibe music? Is it just good music? It just, I don't know, playing some Brockhampton cuts and you're laying on your back just going... It did not take me long to realize that I could not really move my hands or legs. They felt so full of blood that they could literally just pop. I can't really explain it. I was scared, and my mind definitely began feeding me intense resistance. I felt like I was going to die. I'm not a particularly emotional person at all, and I rarely cry. But as I type this out right now, I'm getting emotional. What happened next shocked me. I forced myself to stay and continue the breathing at a slower pace because I felt like my body was going to give out. I was tingly all over, and immediately I began bawling my eyes out. I have not cried this much in my entire life. It was deep and audible sobbing. I did not seem to notice anyone else sobbing as much as I was. Painful heartbreaks, truths about my horrible relationship with my father, and how I was repeating the cycle of attracting negative men into my life due to my low self-esteem. It was very overwhelming. I was so ashamed I just wanted to go into a corner and calm myself down, but I forced myself to stay. I cried so much my entire headrest was wet with tears. I felt so vulnerable and weak, and I felt like I just wanted to be held by someone. And that person was holding you. Doing the DJ. I'm sorry. Not the time. I rarely feel this way, and I tend to go through life pretty determined and blaming myself for everything. I never pause and get emotional, only frustrated. This class made me the most emotional I've been in my entire life. I got up and looked around, and no one around me had the experience that I had. I was so embarrassed. I thought this happened to everyone. Since the class, I feel 20 times lighter. I felt like a weight I was lifting is just off of me. I just wanted to know what this means. I'm so confused and shocked by all of this. Is this real? I literally feel like I am in a dream right now. I'm so confused. Can someone help me and explain? I'm going to give Brian Kelly this, okay? He talks about wanting to shortcut years of talk therapy to get to the root of your trauma. And I would say some people take a while getting to know their therapist before they get to a moment like that. So I'm not saying if it's a scam or not, but I am saying that the headphones and the spiritual bean flicking, the spiritual teasing that they're doing in there, it's doing something, clearly. It's giving people that side of things, right? But then, there's this. 9D Breathwork is an unethical brand focusing on making money. You can see it clearly in their marketing, exploiting people's deep process for attention. Never heard of this, but I would avoid MLMs or anything resembling them. The beautiful thing about breathwork is that all you have to do is breathe. Commit to your practice without all of that MLM BS. It's a good product with a shit business model. Don't do it, only because of the values. Now, obviously, this is a lot of hubbub. This is a lot of frustration, and it looks like they have a conference coming up, and the price of the conference isn't too egregious. $50 for a little, ethereal... Ah! I mean, that felt good to do right there. If I had those skull candies on, who knows what I'd be experiencing. My therapist should be very afraid because if this is Brian Kelly's marketing working on me, she's about to get fired because I don't think I'm going back. I might do a 9D breathwork class and I'll come back a different person. Because I don't know if you guys have seen these on your Instagram feeds. I mainly get them on Reels. And it's a lot of group therapy like this. It's like screaming or getting the energy out in like a loud way, I guess. And it feels like, these things were probably happening maybe well before we were all filming each other. And it helps explain, at least for me, because when I was younger and I worked retail jobs, I'd always kind of measure people by their happiness. I remember sometimes people would come into the store and there'd be people that were just so offensively happy. You know what I'm talking about? When someone is just so painfully high on life and you don't get it. At least a person like me, I'm a bit pessimistic. I can be nihilistic. I'm like, why the fuck do you smile like that? And now I'm realizing, it's people who've been doing this stuff. Because they probably do feel pretty good. You know, they come out of that and it's just like all this like, you know, energy out of their body. And then that's the person who's walking into Trader Joe's like, I feel so connected to the broccoli. My point with that is this helps me just understand people. Now I know where they're getting their rocks off, where they're getting the trauma out. Because it can't all be going to therapists, right? People have different devices. But I think that upper echelon of like, it almost feels as if a person maybe was lobotomized. It's just that pin back. I think this is the type of stuff that helps you accomplish that. I think the big point of controversy with this company is it seems that there's like a heavy push to make any person what they call a facilitator. So that, you know, they I guess they want people running these programs in different places, whatever you want to call these group masturbational exercises, and you're going to pay a fee for that. And I think that money probably goes up the way to Brian Kelly, you know, the creator of spiritual bean bending, which is a hilarious thing, I think, to aspire to be. If you go to one of these and you're like, I want to facilitate one of these. So you can be the person when someone is just crying their eyes out in the Skull Candy headphones and you're the one standing over them going like, yeah, you feel that? Yeah, that's why I became a facilitator. That feeling right there. It's incredible, isn't it? Yeah. I'm fine if all 15 people in the room kind of have that plastered smile on their face and they want to get together and, you know, scream and cry and pay to breathe. That's fine. I think what I'm not into is what other people are saying, where if you're a vulnerable person or you kind of casually look into breath work and then you come across this and then you walk into a room and suddenly, I don't know, there's people behaving all this way around you and it's, I don't know, maybe you're not emotionally strong enough to stand up against this and you're kind of vulnerable and then they're, you know, now they're rinsing you for $50 a cry. You know, I don't know about that. But then again, I'm also kind of describing traditional therapy. No, I'm not. Way different. All that to say, you know, I was fascinated that there's an entire pyramid behind the spiritual Big O. And it all originates from one business guy whose whole goal was to get out of business. And he was like, I'm going to do that by making other people do the business for me. So, you know, you can't trust everything. I really want to know what's going on in those headphones because assuming these testimonials aren't bullshit, the word that people use is intense, like this one. I did an entire hour and it was pretty intense, was shaking lots and ended up crying at the end, which was good. And I guess that's part of the mystery, right? Maybe you won't be a repeat customer, but they're at least rinsing people on a $50 admission to see it one time. They're like, well, I'll see if I, you know, cry and scream at least one time. I've spent $50 at the movies to cry and scream. Maybe this will be better, you know? I'm passively fascinated with this stuff because if you're interested in my personal feelings about it, I think we're all kind of trying to get to the same thing. You know, some of us go to church, some of us meditate, some of us do Molly. I think we're all trying to just get to that zenith, that feeling where all of the worries and the bad goes away for just a little bit. You know, some people get that through Valorant, some people pray, some people go to the 9D spiritual experience. But I just think it's interesting how some of us get there. I can say for sure that, you know, my happy place sometimes is playing Counter-Strike. And I've screamed playing Counter-Strike, but I've never fucking... Which makes me wonder, you know, am I missing out? Now, if you're skeptical that, you know, some random person that is part of Brian Kelly's giant pyramid can't give you that feeling, then might I suggest the infamous Vadim. Dude, this guy does holistic healing. His name is Vadim Borisov. I think I'm saying that right. He's a body therapist. That's what he would call it. He sort of employs the same techniques as what you might find at a 9D, you know, audio performance, but I think he's the next level. This guy doesn't need headphones. He doesn't need really much at all. He just needs an empty room, and he just needs to let his fingers do the work. And I mean, what this guy gets into is nothing short of porn. I'm not trying to go softball on these guys. Like, I think ultimately their marketing tactics are to just make you horny and tell you that girls go to these classes, and then they want you, the unassuming male, to show up to the class. And for, this could be like those classic evangelical church situations where they put an earpiece in one of the people in the front row, and, they tell that person to stand up and act like they can walk again. They probably hire some girl to be part of these these 9D experiences, these Vadim experiences, and just scream their eyes out, and you're just laying there going, oh shit. Damn. It's been a big year for a lot of different industries. AI, your mom's. Ladies and gentlemen, if I seem like both of my eyes are socked out, it's because I haven't slept and I haven't eaten, and that's what you call being a father. But regardless, I'm here today to talk about demonic products. It's been a big year for demonic products, but the demonic product that has moms going crazy on TikTok is the Hatch sound machine. Now, this one is near and dear to me because I'm a new dad, and I have a couple of these in my house. Parents are filming themselves throwing out their Hatch machines, kind of like when people were burning LeBron jerseys. They're throwing them in the trash because they believe these Hatch machines have demonic ties. Now, again, if this is exciting to you, you can get demonic whispers in your ears for the low, low price of like $500. I forget how much these things are. You basically pay, I don't know, half a G for an MK Ultra machine. So, yeah, I understand why these people would believe demons are speaking through them, because sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I feel as though my Hatch machine is whispering to me. I lean in closely and I go, what's that?
Noel, go to your computer. Open Counter-Strike. The skin market has crashed. Invest now.
Then I wake up in my bed and I look at my Steam transactions, and somehow I've spent $2,000 in the CS2 marketplace. I said CSGO. Shows you where my heart is, I'm with CS2, but I'm thinking about her. The whole reason parents are throwing out their Hatch machines are because of this little tongue-in-cheek commercial that Hatch put out about 2 weeks ago.
It all started when we moved into the new house.
Thanks.
With the stress of the move.
Ava, you already on your phone?
Yeah, Kyle, 1 second. I'm just finishing. I couldn't sleep. When I doom scroll, I guess I look for something to make me feel better.
Today, I'll be making cereal from scratch.
The human body can't survive without sleep.
Hello? Is anyone there?
You heard that? 5.
Thought I was going to do it, huh?
Yeah, right.
24 hours. Fatigue.
Calm down, go to sleep.
48 hours. Confusion.
Again, Ava?
More than 3 days. Psychosis.
Just need to sleep, Ava!
It won't stop until it gets what it wants. Me? I sleep.
Yo, that alarm tune, that little flute, what they play to wake you up from an ayahuasca ceremony, that just gave my entire body PTSD. That took me back to like the early stages of my son's life. I hated that. That was the scariest part of the entire commercial, was hearing that flute. Jesus Christ.
Christ.
You know, if you play that flute for a parent who owns a hatch machine, their nervous system will actually drain. If they slept 8 hours, it will drain 4 hours of sleep out of their body. That's what just happened to me. You know, the hatch commercial is pretty goofy, but I'll say the iPhone cable out of the mouth, that was good.
Getting like a magician.
That scene you could feel, you know, because we've all chewed on our lightning cable before, right? We've all just wondered how it tasted. We've all eaten a bowl of spaghetti and gone, man, imagine if these were lightning cables. Hey, by the way, I'm going to be in Canada next week. I'm doing Montreal, 2 shows in Toronto. First one sold out. Second one almost halfway through, I think. And then I'm doing Winnipeg. Don't sleep. Go buy a ticket now. NoelMillerLive.com. Now, we're not going to show you the commercial without showing people throw $500 buckets in their kitchen.
Oh, these fuckers, they all deleted them. They got embarrassed.
We were going to show you people that throwing out their hatches and smashing them, but they deleted because now they feel silly. But that's not going to stop us. Sam, go ahead and do a dig on the internet. I'm sure they're out there.
I don't care how much it was. I don't care if it was $500. Rebuke and goodbye.
I'm going to make a bold claim here and say they threw this out for the likes, and as soon as they turned that camera off, they pulled it right back out of that trash can because there's not nearly enough nasty shit in there for me to believe that this was intentional. There needed to be an open-faced burrito, a half-eaten peanut butter jelly sandwich, a general garbage that was supposed to go into the garbage disposal, all that stacked on top, and then if that nasty-ass machine went in all that, then, okay, then I'm sold. But this, you're not convincing me, dude. You pulled that shit right back out of the trash. You're doing the old switcheroo. You're not going to get me. You're not going to get schizophrenic me. You might get these other people, but you ain't tricking me. I know you got that hatch machine in your house. Sam, hit him with the flute. Now I want to show you one of these people defending why she threw out the hatch machine. She's well entitled to throw out the hatch machine. I'm not really here to shit on that, but I think it's fair and reasonable to let her get it off her chest. You know what I'm saying? Let her show us why she threw it away. Sam, is there any way you could like Facetune her or just generally disguise her identity? I'm not trying to send hate to her, all right? That's not what I'm trying to do. But this moment is reminiscent to me of other things. And I'm just going to let this play.
Recently posted a video of me throwing away my Hatch sound machine, and it has sparked a lot of controversy in the comments. People are confused why I did, and a lot of people are telling me I'm in religious psychosis. So let's talk about it. I'm going to clip in a video that Hatch posted to their YouTube channel. This is actually an advertisement that they're broadcasting on YouTube, and I just want to give you a trigger warning that this might be a little bit creepy. It's not terrible, but I'm just warning you in case you're sensitive to that.
It's here, the season where we dabble in the dark arts, set the right light vibes, dress like a small Victorian child for bed, and regulate our circadian rhythm with restorative phone-free sleep. Hallelujah, it's time to sleep.
As you can see in that video, there are a few things that we could talk about. First and foremost, the season where we dabble in dark arts is what they are proclaiming in that they are dabbling in the dark arts. There's a woman laying in bed dressed promiscuously who is actually messing around with tarot cards. And then you can see that there's...
I don't really care to talk about, you know, any religious person's beef with tarot or pagan traditions. This generally is reminding me of that clip where that lady heard Vince Staples on the radio. She was reading those lyrics to Facebook.
Folks need Porsches. Hoes need abortions. I'm sorry.
This to me, I guess, is a moot point, right? When anyone religious takes issue with, I guess, sexualized imagery, sex and porn and all that is such a tried and true way to sell a fucking product. I mean, look at Fortnite. That game is supposed to be for kids. It got like BBL'd up fucking like and some of the hottest guys too.
Also crystals on the nightstand and an entity that is not seen that lights the candles and sets the mood and dims the light and turns on the Hatch sound machine. And then at the end of the video, they also say, "Fallelujah, it's here." Now, Fallelujah is an instant mockery of the Christian term hallelujah, which actually means praise be to God. So they're saying, Fallelujah, the time to dabble in the dark arts is here. Now, if that wasn't enough to convince you...
I hear you. And yes, a corporation is a soulless... no regard for tradition. Yeah, so in that respect, you know what? I agree with you. I do think a corporation is a bit of a devil of sorts. It is really funny to think about, you compare this to the marketing team that sat down and they're going, what about Fallelujah? Ooh, I love that. That is so fun. Fallelujah, because it's like a celebration of fall. When people make these connections for marketing campaigns where, you know, maybe it's to their religion or to their personal beliefs or who they are, I would say half the time, most marketing campaigns are cooked up by a total fucking moron. And it's authorized by other total fucking morons. People that make enough money that they don't actually participate in normal society. That's why they issue campaigns that are offensive, because they fundamentally just don't understand people. All right. And I say that with confidence because I worked in marketing agencies for a few years. And the things you hear these people say, you know, when they ask a young person in the building about culture, they're not even asking to learn. They're just asking to get validation for whatever stupid idea they have. And no young person is going to stand up to that person and say, you're actually old and you don't fucking get it, because they want to keep their job. Now, I'll give Hatch this. Maybe when they put this out, there was a reaction like this initially. So they ran it back. They're like, man, we really pissed off some religious people with that last one. Let's do it again. The engagement was good.
Now, why would a company who sells sound machines to adults and also young children and babies promote their product using horror films? After seeing both of these videos, I was greatly disturbed because my daughter has been sleeping with a Hatch sound machine in her room every single night of her life. And recently, I've actually lost the control of controlling it from my cell phone. Usually, there's an app that you have that controls the Hatch sound machine. You can turn it on, off, change the volume and the sound. But recently, my Hatch machine decided that it had a mind of its own and literally was shutting itself on and off whenever it wanted to, changing the sound, and I had no control over it in the app anymore. Many different
I'm gonna hear it out. I'm just gonna hear it out.
people have come out saying that they have heard voices in their Hatch sound machines whenever they are trying to go to sleep, or they hear it in their kids' rooms as they're watching on the baby monitor, that they feel like they can hear a conversation happening, but they can't quite understand the words. No matter what sound they chose in the sound machine, they would still hear these conversations. And one of my close friends actually called me about this a few months back and said, hey, I feel really weird about my son's Hatch sound machine. I literally can hear people talking in it. A lot of people have tried to explain this phenomenon as a auditory hallucination or radio frequency interference between radios that your neighbors might have or that you might have in your home. But the weird thing about it is that Hatch themselves has admitted to practicing divination to create their sounds. On their webpage, they actually state that they believe that sleep is a ritual and that we should have a nightly ritual to fall asleep to. On their blog post about making the sounds for the Hatch sound machine.
Yep. There's a level of attention you have to read like Kendrick lyrics or watch certain films. You know, if she put this energy towards art and art breakdowns, I mean, she'd have a really cracking YouTube channel. But giving all this credit to a corporation that is literally just trying to sell bullshit, it's just lost energy. It's wasted on nothing.
They claim incorporating other sounds can give your brain something to latch onto. Zodiac sounds create a full-on experience that matches the energy of each sun sign, and they guarantee that your zodiac sign will appreciate the sounds that they make, and you will in turn sleep better because of it.
This is how some guys see homosexuality. This is how some dudes react to phrases. You want to talk about religious psychosis? You know what has some guys in religious psychosis? The phrase pause. I know many guys that can sit there and listen to a conversation with extreme intent. Nah, bro. Nah. Bro, you just said I'm coming to get you? I knew you were gay, bro. I knew it.
As a Christian, it's important to understand that zodiac signs are demonic, that it is actually a form of divination, and the Lord has actually warned us against divination many times in Scripture. In Deuteronomy 18, verses 9 through 12.
Deuteronomy? Like deuter fluid onto me? Hell no, bro. Shit sus, yo. They were on that sus shit for real when they wrote the Bible. Deuteronomy is crazy. Never reading that shit, bro. Ever, never in my life, bro. I'm not getting deuter on me ever, bro. Disgusting.
When you enter the land the Lord is giving you, do not learn to imitate the detestable ways of the nations there. Let no one be found among you who sacrifices their son or daughter in the fire, who practices divination or sorcery, interprets omens.
Look, and I agree with this. I would not let anyone around me that who puts their son or daughter in a fire.
Absolutely. I can agree with that. I'm not chilling with anybody that just... One second. Happy 4th. Fireworks should start soon. You got it with that one. I'm with you there. Now I know what's coming up next in this line. Who practices divination or sorcery, interprets omens, engages in engages in witchcraft, or casts spells. Look, I think you're giving people too much credit to sit in their home and put like old pubic hair and sage in a vial. You know, this is where I think you're getting a little carried away.
Hatch is demonic. If you have a hatch, you need to throw it away right now. I don't even know where to start with all of this. Okay, so 2 nights ago, okay, mind you, we've been using Hatch sound, the little ball thingy, forever with Julius. Like, he sleeps with it, takes naps with it, everything. 2 nights ago, I came back from my workout, okay? Look, y'all, I literally have chills. 2 nights ago, I got home from my workout, got in the shower, my husband went to work, and I laid down with my children. I literally have Julius's, my son's, bassinet right next to me, okay? The Hatch sound is on. I'm dozing off a little, you know, I'm trying not to fall asleep because I gotta get up, I gotta make breakfast, etc. I start hearing murmuring. I start hearing like chitter chatter. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I knew it was coming from the Hatch sound. I knew it was. I have chills. Look, I literally.
Look, bro, look. I hear you, man. I hear you. You think chitter chatter came from the Hatch machine. But let me tell you what's worse than the Hatch machine is that fucking Apple Watch on your wrist, dude. You want to talk about something listening to you? It's the phone you're looking at and the shit on your wrist. Look, I don't want to be mean, okay? I get that you got to take a shot here at some people, but look, sometimes I feel these types of reactions to technology where people feel that there's demonic spirit or some evil possessed. They're not wrong. I mean, they're not wrong, but they're not right in the way that they think they are, I guess. You know what's scarier than the Hatch machine is on a baby monitor, because I noticed this. If you look at an iPhone on a baby monitor and you see the amount of times your iPhone is just pinging your face with like IR for Face ID, and you're not even doing anything that requires Face ID, but it's like hitting that true depth pixel dot mapping on your body. I think that's a bit scarier than the voices you think you might have heard. Because let me tell you what heard you crystal clear. Your iPhone, at all times, it's listening to you, and it's talking to you through advertising.
Any day you feel like giving up, just give up. Because it's not all of us will make it in life.
I rebuked it. I rebuked it in Jesus' name. I went on with my day. My husband got home. I told him. I said, hey, I was hearing some stuff from that Hatch sound. I can't understand what it was, but I was hearing some stuff. I just don't know. I have chills, y'all. I'm not lying. The Lord knows I'm not. Well, today I opened TikTok, and I know TikTok, I opened TikTok and I see this girl that says the Hatch is demonic. I look at her video. It's amazing. I'm going to take a screenshot. You all need to watch it. If you have a Hatch song, please go watch that video. She shows this ad, and I'm going to show it to you.
I'm saying, bro. I'm saying. The devil is not in your Hatch machine.
I am not one to mess with when it comes to my kids. Nuh-uh. 1 second. Literally brand new. Okay. Some of y'all don't know. If some of y'all don't know, demonic.
Now, obviously, when you look at the people calling these things demonic, a lot of them lean Christian. Now, Christianity kind of has its own, subclasses within it. So I'm not going to say they're blanket all, just representative of Christianity, but that tends to be what they believe. Now, look, not every Christian believes that the Hatch machine is demonic. There are plenty that are having a laugh, just making fun of the whole thing. They're saying, piss off, mate. Go ahead and throw yours away. Matter of fact, if you're going to throw yours away, do you want to give it to me? Hatch actually offered to repossess any Hatch machine that was going in the trash. So Hatch said, whoa, wait.
wait, we can sell that. We'll give you some money back. We can do something with that. Bring that over here. Now I gotta call back this lady.
And so it doesn't work, like, if it's not charged. So I got a new one. Reached out to Hatch. They sent me a new one, even though mine wasn't in warranty. So that's like a good company thing, I guess. But demonic.
Hey, look, I appreciate the replacement. I appreciate the customer service. Shit, the devil in it. I'm out. The biggest thing that people on TikTok kept saying about everyone throwing out their Hatch machine is that it's religious psychosis. That's the phrase they use. And I looked this up. I said, who came up with religious psychosis? And there seems to be no singular person credited for saying religious psychosis. So this is a TikTok diagnosis. And that's okay, because, you know, TikTok is your doctor now. It used to be WebMD. It used to be you looking up shit on Google. Now it's just vague conditions that just kind of crop up in the ether, and you can have those now. So I went one layer further, and I looked at psychosis, you know, just the regular definition of psychosis, and has to do with holding sort of delusional beliefs. And a lot of American psychosis takes the framing of Christianity, where a person might believe they are Jesus, or they have a very direct relationship with Jesus or God. And I was reading more about how in different societies, psychosis takes shape of whatever the prominent religion might be there or prominent belief system might be there, which made me reflect, you know, my perception of psychosis is through this American framing where someone thinks they're Jesus or thinks they know Jesus. People also brought up that alcoholism and substance use and various other things can awaken essentially schizophrenia in you or make the conditions worse. And so some people were accusing people with religious psychosis as like this is the result of maybe substance abuse, or they're trying to make these sort of connections about people that they don't know. But it got me thinking, you know, it's not just the Hatch machine that is testing whether or not you have religious psychosis. So we went and did a little digging with Old Faithful, and she dug up a few more demonic-ass products for us to kind of see where your religious psychosis is at. I would like to introduce you all to the free healthcare portion of the video, where I am now your virtual doctor. Let's find out if you have religious psychosis. Let's go ahead and take a look at a few patients and see if we can't diagnose what stage their religious psychosis is at.
This is a warning to every parent out there. If your kids are playing Roblox,
Are they playing the fucking Kevin Gates tickle in your stomach beat to this shit?
you need to watch this right now. There is a version in Roblox called Piggy. Check this out. This is so demonic.
All in your stomach.
In the version of Roblox, this thing called Piggy chases after the kid's character and kills them.
Lady, if you think this is demonic, I don't think you've been to a single Chirac server in Roblox. You are like 5 years late to what's literal demon time on Roblox. Also, there are plenty of other controversies on Roblox that I won't necessarily say because I don't care to get the Roblox police sent to my house. I don't know if you guys knew that Roblox has their own secret police. They're fucking whacking people like Boeing if you expose the true inner workings of the Roblox game. I would say this lady's religious psychosis is sort of mundane. It's benign. It's stage 1. It's not prominent enough that she's seeing it all in everything, you know? A pig chasing you in a virtual Legos game is not necessarily what I would call like a sharp or astute observation. You know, she's not working like the lady at the beginning of this video where she is reading the terms and conditions of the Hatch website going, putting the pieces together. You know, that's commitment. That's when you're really about it. This lady, it's sort of, you know, it could be lanced out. You could remove this level of religious psychosis with a laser.
If you have one of these in your home, be careful because these little dolls are going viral online and people are saying that it carries some serious demonic energy. Now, these are called Labubu dolls and they've been getting so popular that fans are waiting in line for hours just to get their hands on one. I mean, a fan tried giving one to Katy Perry.
Anyone who might be vaguely religious that thinks people waiting in line for Labubus is demonic energy, I mean, brother, have you seen the way nerds go after each other for a Pokemon card release? I mean, you want to see demonic. You got people crushing 9-year-olds' dreams, all right, for a fucking, I don't know, an Eevee. There's darker energy out there. You're not looking hard enough. I'll say this, man. Labubu's, that to me is Funko Pops for anyone that is genetically a hype beast. I think being a hype beasts look different now, but it's a certain strain of consumerism. I'm a doctor, remember when I say this, and this is medical advice. So I think it's fucked up, that these people, they can't control themselves. When they see certain products, they just have to get it, right? And so designing essentially a Funko Pop for people who buy Supreme when it drops, that was just a mean thing to do, because those people already have impulses that they can't control. And that was just one more thing that they weren't ready to deal with. Now, I couldn't find the original clip of this girl. It was featured in these two bros talking about Labubus, but I just need you to hear this.
You know what actually has a dark side though? That's really popular right now?
What?
Labubus. They're kind of demonic. I think it all started because one girl, she saw like a Labubu at a vintage store, and then it was surrounded by all these candles, and she decided to take it home, right? And then she's telling like, yo, I think these things actually carry like demonic spirits, just because as soon as I placed it in my car, I almost got into a car accident, and I kept like getting sick.
The following day, my chest starts hurting. Why do I feel like there's like a tug like in my heart? Like, okay, well, today I'm on my way to the gym and I'm driving, but I was looking at my rearview mirror and I see the person coming at me. I see them coming and I'm like, in split seconds, I'm like, they're gonna hit me. And they did, they hit me.
It's because they knew you had a limited edition Labubu. Also, just blanket statement, if you think Labubus have carry demonic energy, I'm just say that's benign religious psychosis. It's not a crazy observation to make. I think you're going to be all right. But that said, I mean, this girl, she's not understanding why a car would hit her after purchasing a Labubu. And the answer is sitting right there in your cup holder, dude. They heisted Labubus. You thought you were just going to yank one out of the vintage store and you're just going to get away with that scot-free? Absolutely not. You don't know what you're sitting on, man. Some Labubus carry the same value as Ethereum. You could trade Labubu for rent. You could literally walk up to your landlord and say, "Hey, man, I don't got it, but I have this limited edition," and he wouldn't even bring it. Like, "Dad, give me mine." Jump on it, because he knows what he can get for that. By the way, that's financial advice as well. As the dollar collapses and the American economy starts to fall apart, a viable way to protect your money is Labubus. You could stack up Labubus. It's not like the Beanie Babies in 2008, pre-housing crisis. It's not like that. If you stack up Labubus in your house, that is essentially a Fort Knox development of gold in your home. And you'll be able to barter that in the apocalypse when money doesn't work anymore. If you want food, you can pull a Labubu off the pile. You probably get a couple cows for that. Just saying. So invest now, guys. Because when it all comes crashing down, you're going to have things to trade. Society might destroy, but we'll still have our consumerism. And if you have a mint Labubu in the post-money world, I'm just saying, don't sleep. Don't sleep. The opportunity's there for you. Again, I don't want to send hate to people, so this next product, this person is flagging it, going, look at this. There's spiritual warfare everywhere you go. You just can't escape it. She's seen it in Walmart. Now, I want you to take a second here and guess what product you think I'm about to show you that is engaging in spiritual warfare with you as a person. Body wash. Nice try.
And this is Method Body Wash, the Pathfinder. Take the alternative path. You shall be rewarded today. And it has astrology all over it. Shower readings collection. Psychic revelation.
Now, there's a couple of things I want to point out here. All right, first of all, this level of religious psychosis, I'm going to say it's a stage 2. Stage 2, stage 3, maybe. Walmart is a place where you can get attacked for real, not spiritually. It doesn't take much to get socked out in a Walmart. If you're not engaging in the actual fisticuffs in a Walmart and you're just seeing it come at you through the soap, yeah, I'm going to say you're stage 2, stage 3. Now, here's the thing. I want to offer some reassurance to this person. This body wash is targeting like psychic energy, maybe tarot, and definitely astrology. This is not spiritual warfare on you. What they're saying is people that like astrology, tarot cards, psychic energies, they're saying they stink. That's it. They're saying they smell like shit. They actually did market research and they got data back that goes, there's a crossover with people who engage in astrology and who smell. They got Tonka bean in there. What the is Tonka bean? That's what Yeet be smoking. Tonka bean. I'm surprised Yeet hasn't used that one. I had to say it cooler. I feel we as humans, we've maxed out. Like, we're not doing anything interesting or new. We're just doing satanic panic. This is what they did in the 80s. You know, shout out to Dante's Inferno for creating, I guess, the modern perception of the devil we got. The devil as a concept has existed forever. I mean, we can find it going so far back. So now that it's almost more lame, you know? I feel people in older societies, when it maybe wasn't driven by like money and like buying shit, I think their version of the devil was cooler because it was actually scary. You know, the world was sort of unknown, and you could actually feel that fool's presence. We're so fucking lame. We gotta look at the devil in Bluetooth. You know, we gotta sit there looking at a screen, going, "I think he's in here." Yeah, actually, yeah, I take that back. It's probably better we think the devil is in products, because now we don't just throw a baby in a river because we're like, it was screaming too much. Get that fucker out of here. It's possessed. Like I said, man, I think it's fair to say that some corporate entities are pretty demonic in their behavior, you know? I don't know if it's Hatch. I will say it is, what's funny to me is Hatch has found a way to give white noise a job. Because when you have a hatch, you can like schedule when the white noise is supposed to, you know, come on, what level. They took an inanimate object and they put it to work. That to me is the spectacle of capitalism. You could take ambience and go, hey man, when the signal hits from this iPhone, you better wake your ass up and clock in and don't stop.
You gotta feel bad for everyone who offed themselves in 2012 thinking that was it. Because boy, did they miss out on a lot. I came across a wonderful little article that kind of paints a picture for the end of the world. A lot of us think, you know, in realistic terms, there would be, I don't know, a nuclear war or something that would wipe all of us out. But for some of us will continue on. And by some of us, I mean those in the $300 million Soho house that lives below ground. And if you don't know what Soho House is, I'm sorry you've never been invited to do cocaine in a members-only bathroom. This $300 million members-only silo has gripped my attention span at Grim Reaper levels. I'm just going to go ahead and read you straight from the article. In the summer of 2026, an extraordinary offshoot of SAFE, the Virginia-based protective design specialists, will unveil AIRI. This underground doomsday bunker complex will act as a fortified sanctuary, setting the stage for a revolutionary new global network. Now let me say this. This company is Virginia-based, and if you happen to own a nuclear silo in Virginia, well, I want to paint you a little picture. Let's say a big old missile is about to hit, and you go into your nuclear bunker. I'm 4 years old. I just said bunker. I'm just going to do the rest of the video with Wotisism. Would that be offensive? Let me go back to painting my picture. Let's say you own an underground silo equipped for nuclear fallout in the middle of Virginia. A missile is on the way. You go underground with your family. The missile hits, you wait a few years to resurface, and then when you go back up, you will find that Virginia is exactly the same, because that is what living in Virginia is like. It's perpetually, I think, as though a nuclear missile is hit. So I think everyone in the Appalachian Mountains has the mindset required to survive a nuclear fallout. Anyway, let me continue reading. For years, SAFE, Strategically Armored and Fortified Environments, what a beautiful acronym, has delivered outrageous innovations to private homes, including flaming lakes, biometrically activated shotgun walls, water cannons, and even a Formula One track. The new AIRI project will offer a network of luxurious doomsday residential bunkers in 50 cities, U.S. cities, excuse me. We're not trying to save anyone else. with a planned 1,000 affiliate locations worldwide. That's awesome. An affiliate nuclear bunker site? Nothing will wreak poor in the apocalypse when you have to admit that you live in one of the affiliate bunkers. Each facility features AI-powered medical suites, gourmet dining, and wellness programs, which will blend protection and luxury. All right, so this deep in the article, I'm looking at this company thinking, who is this for? And do they have a website? And they most certainly do. And I want to quickly read you off some of their solutions that they offer people, because I didn't know you could just buy these online, in theory. Okay, ready for this? State-of-the-art air raid shelters. But wait, there's more. Secure and discreet panic rooms. And I've always liked that. I always like that term, panic room. Do you need a nuclear fallout to go in there? Or can you just go in there and have general anxiety? Comprehensive bioterror defense shelters. The images on these as well are just fucking incredible. Impenetrable offshore pirate-proof packages. Advanced, I don't even know what this is, C4 I-Star command centers. Whatever that is. Someone with money, please inform us in the comments. Or just a JROTC graduate. Ultimate civil unrest defense shelters. Reliable natural disaster shelters. Fortified active shooter defense shelters. Okay, so to be protected from a school shooter, you have to be Larry Ellison, the owner of Oracle. Roughly. When you look at the images that they're presenting to you in this members-only bunker, you would think that this is, I don't know, some like 300-story high-rise in Dubai. It looks gorgeous. Obviously, all these images are sort of like AI concepts. This doesn't actually exist yet. These look really funny when you compare them to similar ideas on a smaller scale. Not quite 300 million, but in fact 30 million. Okay, there's a project now. You can buy a survival condo. For $1 million, and you can get one of the floors in the Atlas missile silo, which, first of all, I understand what this company is doing, but if you just take a look at the apartments they're offering, respectfully, these look like shit. $1.5 million for what looks like a condo you would have purchased during the peak of the 2008 housing crisis. Now, if you're looking for a bit of nostalgia, you might stand in here with an MP3 player, which, honestly, that's probably how you would live in a silo during the nuclear fallout anyway. You'd be reduced to like the 90s and the 2000s, probably even further, right? You'd have to take a shit without browsing any internet. Awful. I don't think most of us, honestly, could survive a nuclear apocalypse because we may physically live, but everything we know would be gone. And I don't know if I even want to be in a world where I can't scroll while I take a dump. To be alone with your feelings and just your family, I'd probably paint the ceiling, if I'm being honest. Let me show you what $1.5 million gets you in the post-apocalyptic world.
Okay, we're taking a tour of unit number 7 north. The main door here is off the elevator, and you come in and you're entering in through the kitchen.
Let me tell you right now, if I'm on floor 1 of the nuclear fallout silo, I'm waiting maximum 3 days before screaming at the top of my lungs, "They're here to get us! They're here to get..."
Sub-Zero and Wolf appliances. We have 9-foot ceilings. You can see the dishwasher. There's a built-in microwave. And,
I take it back. This is an expensive ass stove. Okay, so 2011 post housing crisis, maybe? That backsplash is what's doing it for me. That shit is taking me back mentally.
all stainless backsplash and full hood. The backsplash are these little circles in grays and taupe colors. It's pretty modern looking. 2 pendant lights, all quartz countertops. Looks very nice. You can see there's one of our electronic windows.
This song in the background is honestly what I imagine playing as everyone is dying above the surface. Do you hear this?
Little circles in grays and taupe colors. It's pretty modern looking. 2 pendant lights, all quartz.
It feels like the piano sequence in some kind of anime. You know, everyone's body parts are going all over the screen. People are crying and hiding in subway stations, and there you are, preparing your chicken Alfredo on your quartz countertops.
Countertops. Looks very nice. You can see there's one of our electronic windows in this living room. In this we have 3 nice stools for the countertop so you can eat at the counter. Electronic window, we can change that to 4 different views. It's a live high definition feed from the surface.
God damn, to be watching the end of it all on a iPad screen, sitting in the lobby of a Marriott. That's what $1.5 million can get you. Let's continue.
You see the furniture. This is all fully furnished as shown. This is a state-of-the-art OLED LG TV. It won Best TV in the World contest last year.
Who the fuck is hosting the Best TV in the World contest? Dude, I need to start selling cars and using words like that. This won Best Car in the World contest last year. The Honda CR-V. Best Car in the World contest. To be fair, you could put any electronic in this, and if you are actually living in this, everything you will own would be state-of-the-art, because everything else would be gone.
And here we have the first bedroom, and this is set up as the kids' bedroom. There is also a TV, which is gaming compatible if you wanted to put a game unit on it. And there's a...
You know, I was going to sit here and say it would be psychotic to be in this living quarters, you know, in the context of, say, some human erasing disaster. But I actually think most of us are so phone-pilled and devoid of empathy that I think some of us could actually just go down there and kind of, you know, in a glib way, go, I guess everyone's dead. And then just put the Fortnite disc in your Xbox 360 and that's how dated my brain is. And just sit there and play creative mode. Uninhibited, just no remorse, nothing. Just like, I guess everyone's gone. Anyway, back to the members only club. Director of Medical Preparedness for SAFE, Naomi Corby, who is the, I guess, wife or somehow related to the guy creating this superstructure. She emphasizes the wealthy are becoming more interested in wellness and longevity offerings as part of their fortified residences. ARI will utilize advanced AI-integrated medical care, connecting members to specialists around the clock. You won't make it that far. We will eat you. ARI is a multifaceted club where members can conduct business in complete privacy because of its skiff, air gap, and hardwired environments. The Sentinel system protects its members' privacy, security, and freedom underground. Now, this dude is talking about this like it exists already, but then they're saying they're going to build their first one in a few months. So I am confused. I wish I made enough money to understand the actual construction timeline of this. Because if I had that much money, then I would probably have a nuclear missile. And I would know how to get all these people out of there before they get to their underground bunker. Anyway. So they're kind of offering a lot here. They're saying that you're going to have access to a medical suite, an underground pool, ice plunges, movie theaters, da-da-da. And if you've browsed YouTube for this stuff ever, then you have seen the $30 million bunker. And it does not look as good as it sounds.
Guys, welcome to the world's most high-tech luxury bomb shelter located right here in good old Kansas.
This guy's name is Ron Hubbard, not to be confused with L. Ron Hubbard, the guy with a fortified boat and building where he locks people up for not believing in aliens. A lot of people have been here. Mr. Beast has shot a video here. And when you go through it, you know, I won't drag you through all 57 minutes, but when you start to poke through, It's got a lot of amenities, rock climbing wall, underground swimming pool, this, and that. But if you've ever been to the Mall of America or just kind of some offbeat family fun center, that's more the vibe of this place. And again, I don't know what the obsession is when you have a ton of money with prolonging your life. If you're finding yourself in a situation where you can activate on a crisis bunker, I think you should just accept it. It's over, man. Just die like the rest of us. It's fucking over. Looking past the underground swimming pool, the thing I find most fascinating about people who prepare for the end of the world is their food prep. They are hell-bent on keeping the staples of just raw American capitalism. When you think end of the world food, what are you thinking? You might be imagining military-style meals. You might be imagining canned beans and soup. And that is true in some capacity, but the people who make food, because there are manufacturers of end of the world food, and they are so committed to making sure that you can have red sauce pasta even when there's no one left to enjoy it with. Peep the food supply on this $30 million silo.
Hydroponics.
The general
Does
store,
it show up like that as hydroponics?
store level and hydroponics.
So this is the store. You even got grocery carts over there. Eat fresh, buy local, aquaponics. The grocery market, huh?
Oh yeah, you can see
Smells good in here.
a lot of food in here.
Your eyes do not deceive you, folks. Those are the equivalent of paint cans with beef stew in there. I can't reiterate enough. I can't imagine being happy in this scenario where you pull up to this gigantic silo and you're like, phew, we made it. And your first day after everyone on Earth is dead is you go to floor 7 and you pull a paint can off a shelf and you go upstairs and you cut it open with a knife and you hold it upside down and then and it's just this gelatinous mess with bones and eyeballs in there, and that goes in the middle of a pot. And then you're going to sit there with your family or whoever. Maybe you just left your family and you pull up solo because you said, fuck it, I can't do it with them. I'm gonna just raw dog the end of the world, which is easier because you only have to care about yourself. I like imagining all these millionaires being underground and they're like, we're safe, thank God. And maybe the missile doesn't hit quite like they imagined. Maybe it kind of misses and only takes out like 30% of us. And then we just waltz up to like the doors of these things and we're like, great. And we just weld them shut. You lose. Now, these guys would have you think that you need to have a bajillion dollars to make it past the end of the world. And that is not true. In Joshua Tree right now, you can buy a home for $680,000 and it has a bunker as well. Granted, it's not as fun. This looks like the room you get murdered in A Quiet Place, but it's still a bunker, right? So there's no pool, but at least you'll be alive, I guess. There's this other one in the middle of Georgia where the home itself is pretty crazy. It's got a tennis court, a swimming pool. None of that stuff will be there in this scenario, but you'll get to live in this really long tube. Huh? So again, it is all about amenities, but I do want to just throw it to the room that if you were thinking of purchasing a home with a bunker, there are options. What I'm trying to let you all know is I'm actually a real estate agent for the apocalypse. I don't intend on making it. I just intend on selling you fear and making enough money to party now. And I hope that I am hit with a disaster so that none of my sales scam comes back to bite me in the ass. And I will gladly take my place in hell after I've stolen all your money and you go live in your long tube. And I didn't mention during the sales process that there is a tiny leak at the back of the tube. So... What is up, everybody? I am currently working on a video, but I realized that the subject matter could get me in a little bit of trouble here at YouTube. So as a warm-up, I actually wanted to share a segment from this week's episode of The Company Lot with you. And that segment is about woke cocaine. I know all of you don't watch The Company Lot, which is a podcast I do on this channel where I talk about weird dystopian tech news and read just general stories about technology that make you feel really bad inside. So if an hour of scaring the hose isn't your thing, that's fine. That's not what this is. I think this will be, just a nice little 15-minute chuckle. And yeah, that can get you in the mood for the video I got coming out next. So please enjoy this segment of The Company Lot, and I will see you all next week with a video that I'm very excited to show you. Please enjoy. Speaking of ethics, let's talk about some ethical woke. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. What do we have to do a land acknowledgement before we snort this cocaine? Do you have to acknowledge the people that this cocaine came from? Oh my God, bro. Dealers are targeting middle-aged, middle-class drug users with woke coke marketed as ethically sourced and conflict-free. No one making this cocaine is held at gunpoint. Everyone wants to be here. Every family making this cocaine wants to be here. The children mixing the gasoline in the barrels, they want to be here. They want to be here. Guys, you go to Whole Foods, every other egg on the shelf, they're chemically castrated chickens. They're shitting out eggs 8 times the size of their body. It's a disgusting process, but there's one producer that lets the eggs roam free, lets the eggs come out naturally, treats their chickens well. Guys, that's what we're doing here. It's a commune. It's a community of cocaine builders. We don't like the term dealers. We're builders here. We're farmers like anyone else. We're a family. Okay? The suppliers are trying to gain a commercial edge in a competitive marketplace by appealing to increasingly, quote, woke customers who are sensitive to injustice in society. Now, this is hilarious. I used to do a bit on stage. I haven't done it in a while. I think it's kind of cheap, but it was about how during Pride Month, Duracell batteries became gay batteries. This month, the batteries are gay. And a buddy of mine, Andrew Michon, had a great tag for it. He's like, the batteries go both ways this month. They do minus, minus, and plus, plus. Shout out to Andrew. I don't do the bit anymore, but it was the whole point of the bit was just about how, corporations kind of tap into things when it feels right, when it's good for them. And the cocaine being woke gives me hope that we will see pride flags wrapped around these little baggies next year. The woke coke will have seasons of the month. Can you imagine, guys? The Black History Month edition cocaine. I mean, the levels of insensitivity that this company that these builders can apply will be South Park levels of irony that the average Redditor will be creaming over. Creaming, dude. Sound off in the comments. This is a fun premise. I actually am just pausing here to stare at this article and look at what I'm observing. This is one of those that's so funny I can't move. The dark web is a fast-growing marketplace for cocaine, with dealers relying on TripAdvisor-style ratings and many emphasizing their ethical credentials. So the Silk Road has become lame because we have middle-aged, former late-stage millennials becoming middle-aged, and they're going, I've just done so much, really kind of not nice cocaine. I've done so much cocaine that I just know it's like kind of icky, it's gross.
I'm on a new Goop diet. Gwen has this great program for cleansing your body. And I'm just, granted, I like to have fun, but when I'm putting stuff in my body, I want to feel if I can't, if I know I'm doing something bad, if I can at least know that the bad stuff is clean going in. And I get this, in a growing market of fentanyl. Maybe there's a real appetite for acute cocaine, an ethical cocaine, a feel-good cocaine. But it's just funny that a capitalist structure could create something like this. Ethical, because, there's already ethical ketamine, right? For like depression treatment. I know there's a ton of that. So Ethical K, kind of a good band name, but Ethical K is out there. So ethical cocaine was only a matter of time, right? Britain is one of the world's cocaine capitals. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I'm sure there's a joke in there. Britain can't get enough white. Brexit, I don't know. We're having cocaine for Brexit. Bristol, I'm going to say it in a voice because it's funny. Bristol has the highest rate of consumption per person in Europe, and London gets through the largest amount, 23 kilos a day, according to King's College in London. Users can get cocaine delivered more quickly in England and Scotland than a takeaway pizza. What? They got Coke maps? What? They got Uber cocaine? That makes sense. I mean, so much delivery happens on little bikes out there in London. So that's awesome. You get your little cheeky Nando's. You get your cheeky Nando's 3-piece and a little baggie to go with it. And what's on that baggie? Pride flag. I'm going to, for this one, I'm going to lean into another bit I used to do. I used to have a little one-liner. Not like one-liner, but it was kind of an observation because I have a distinct memory of picking up a coffee can in Whole Foods, and on the can it had a woman on there. It was an older woman. I think she was like 103 years old. And it was talking about how it was like her farm and her methods, and her hands looked arthritic. Like she looked so battered as a human because she's been through. I'm sure her story is really incredible. She kind of rose up through something difficult through coffee. And my joke was, I don't need to see the people who made what I'm eating. That doesn't make me feel better necessarily. Because if we're going to do that, then why don't we start wrapping iPhone boxes with pictures of Asian kids who made it? So now I'm imagining you get your little cocaine baggie with your cheeky Nando's, and what's on the cocaine baggie? The baggie comes with a miniature photo of the family who made it, and they're standing over the empty drum with the gasoline and tar and all the other stuff in it, and they're smiling as a unit. And when you do that line, you're like, that's so beautiful. And then you go yell at your husband or something. Or wife, I don't know. More than a third of users surveyed said they could get the drug within half an hour. The cocaine will be here at past. That sounds cool, doesn't it? Ooh. Here's a bridging moment. Here's a world-crossing moment. Imagine sitting with Andrew Garfield in his apartment. The cocaine will be here at past. Oh, shit. Party. Imagine sitting there with Boris Johnson. The cocaine will be here at past. Fun. Anyways, Anthony Lowenstein, whose new book, Pills, Powder, and Smoke, details the changing demographic of cocaine users. Dealers on the dark web, paraphrased, are promoting and selling ethically sourced cocaine. It means everybody in the supply chain, from the farmers in Colombia to drug mules in Europe, are treated fairly and given a decent wage and not prosecuted for their activities. So when the guy shoves the cocaine in his,
it's done with a suppository, and it's done in a welcoming environment. We actually have repurposed old OBGYN tables. It's a nice process. You actually get a little massage of the prostate before the drugs get boofed into your... And granted, we're moving more these days, so we got to put a bigger capsule in there. But as part of our ethics program, we make sure to source mules with large anuses. So we actually have an exam in the mule selection process. Now, this does create a bit of lost opportunity, right? It creates a bit of analism, if you will. There's ageism and there's analism, and you can be discriminated against based on your diameter capacity. So to solve this, we create local runs where the volume is not needed to be so high, so the boofing is just small, and it's commensurate with the anus boofing the raw materials. So that's how we solve that. We essentially lean into our bigger anuses for the bigger jobs, and it's not any knock on size, that's not us relegating people. It's just we're all born differently, and some anuses are meant for different types of travel. Some mules are meant for certain journeys, You wouldn't want to send a small racehorse on a long trek. That doesn't make sense. You want it running fast, you want it healthy, you want it doing its you want it running its race in the right environment. And that's how we look at it. We look at our smaller anuses. Those are our racehorses because they're getting the quick jobs done. And they're really moving the money faster than the big boys. The big anuses, that's kind of like, those are our bigger guys. Those are our donkeys for the hills, long treks. Those are our guys for the Oregon Trail. No pun intended. Anyways, they're given a decent wage too. That's nice. So instead of threatening their family, they get $20 an hour. The author, said the fact that it was impossible to know if a drug has been ethically sourced did not deter dealers from making the claims or users seeking them out. I mean, 100%. 100%. I'm selling cocaine. I'm lying. I'm a drug dealer. Yeah, no, for sure. No, all this stuff, it's made in I own a little plot in Colombia. They're my people. I made it. Yeah. I made the plot. I made a community. Here's a family of them. And it's AI image of a family, and they all have 7 fingers. Cressida Dick. Come on. Come on, dude. You can't. We're supposed to be mature? That's her name? Cressida Dick. How do you even say that name?
Cressida. Cressida.
Cressida Dick? The Metropolitan Police Commissioner has attacked middle-class cocaine users who, quote, will sit around, think about global warming and fair trade, but think there's no harm in taking a bit of cocaine. Well, there is. There's misery throughout the supply chain. It is pretty awesome to be like, we need to get a Tesla. News of the woke coke trend emerged as an analysis of NHS digital data by this newspaper found hospital admissions in England because of cocaine poisoning doubled from 2,000 in 2008 and 9 to 4,000 in 2018-19. I mean, it's 4,000 people, guys. There's 7 billion on this planet. We can lose a few. We have plenty of room to cut down. Plenty of margin here. The biggest increase among age groups were those between 50 and 59. Well, dude, it's over. You're going to be lame and persecute these ladies in their 50s who used to probably get busy in the 70s. Let them have it. It's over, bro. You're not really doing shit after 50. You're not. You can do stand up. There's a few things you can get after, but I mean, it's not much. At 50, if you made your bag and you're good, cocaine time. What the f trying to do? Stay around till 70? No. That is gonna suck. 70s, 80s, 90s, that sucks. You have money for like an exosuit. You can't hang. Your friends are dead. No point in sticking around. Let them have it. The nose knows. Let them have it. Well, now this is a whole bunch of data about cocaine poisoning and stuff, and that's just kind of a bummer. That just kind of ruins the vibe on this whole thing. Let's see if you recognize any of these places. Middlesbrough, Salford, Hastings, Hartlepool, Gateshead, Brentwood. I've been there. That's in Los Angeles. Eastbourne, Chesterfield, Wigan, Ipswich. Yeah, if I'm living in Ipswich, give me some cocaine poisoning. Cressida dick. Hey friend, is it time for another lunchtime video? Well, thanks for making me your afternoon munch. Shout out to Ice Spice. Folks, today we're going to talk about roommates, and I assume a lot of you have or know a roommate. Roommates come in variants. Some are tall, some are wide, some are bisexual, and if you're lucky, they're all of these things and your parents.
What do you mean by
The last time I had a roommate, he actually lived in the living room, which made it weird when I went out into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get a snack, because I'd be like, whoa, buddy. Quit jerking off. Buddy, knock it off. Stop jacking off like that. Hey, buddy, you better knock off your whack off. If you're eating, do not worry. None of this video will be visually disgusting. Maybe some of the jokes I will make might be a little gross, but we'll make sure to warn you before you eat. We're not doing that. Today we're going to be looking at a wide range of nightmare roommates. Now, before I do that, I want to say this. I think now is a great time to be an awful roommate for a couple reasons. Number one, economically, the United States is a little bit shaky right now, so people aren't really in a rush to move out. This is your time to establish power, which brings me to my next point. If you're the shitty roommate, you have all the power. Take advantage of the fact that people need you right now, so shower less. It saves on the water bill. Do less dishes. It saves on the water bill. Take a dump while your roommate is taking a shower. It saves on the water bill. Best case scenario, you have a roommate that's afraid of confrontation. That means they're going to enable you to do anything weird and off-putting or just downright disgusting because they don't have a spine. They need you financially and emotionally because they don't have a good relationship with their parents. All right. Let me quit fucking around. Let's look at some media of some nightmare roommates. POV, you're staying in a hostel and two of your roomies are getting it on. Nice. That's actually, holy. Wow, they were porking right next to you, living like rock stars. Just pulling the curtain back. Hey, bud, have a look at this. Nice form, right? One, that's probably the best way that you could send them off post-deed. Secondly, you gotta have a lot of confidence to get it done. That's like some reality show stuff right there. I think on Love Island, they're all porking each other all night. But I don't know. I don't think they care because I think they're all drunk and horned up on that show. Based on the hashtags, I would assume this person is staying in a hostel. POV, you're staying in a hostel. Can you really expect decency in a hostel? I mean, hostels are generally, it's kind of a come and go operation. These two, I'm not saying what they did is right. I'm saying what they did is awesome. Look, if they don't know you, if they don't know anyone in the hostel and they're paying $25 to stay there, and it's the first bed that they've seen because they've been backpacking for a week, I can understand the logic to get it while it's good. That said, it's not polite. I agree it's not polite. But, we're human beings and we have needs at various points in our life and our life. Why did I say it like that? I'm losing brain cells, man. I'm losing my mind. If anything, this is a great example of my point of when you're the terrible roommate, you have all the power. They shut down that room with that sex. They started getting busy, oink, oink. Those are my advertiser-friendly noises for getting it on. You start pigging around, what's everyone else going to do? They just got to sit there and listen. Even if they say something, hey, can you stop? Yeah, give me a minute. You can't do anything about it. Even the applause, it's passive-aggressive, and it's designed to be embarrassing. But is it? Because you just took over the room. I'll say this. I don't possess the boldness to pull up to a hostel and just start banging it out. If you are willing to do that, you're a couple of things. You're confident, that's for sure, but you're also inconsiderate, which, you know, depending on how you view people, may not be that valuable to you. Now I'm just thinking you could pretend to drunkenly start to crawl into the bed with them and just totally f*** the vibe up. Just splash a little Jack Daniels on your breath and just start zombie crawling into the bed. And when they start going, whoa, whoa, hey, you're like, hey, get the fuck out of my bed. And they're going, dude, this is our bed. We're getting bit. Nah, y'all gonna have to move, man. You're in my shit. Oh, what the hell? Y'all having sex in here? You're disgusting. On the subject of being too close to strangers, I am doing some shows in Irvine, California this week. I got 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. The early shows are filling up. They're almost sold out. So go buy a ticket, noelmillerlive.com. I'm also going to OKC. That's coming up soon as well. So yeah, if you're thinking about buying a ticket, don't sleep. noelmillerlive.com.
Actually crashing out right now. She put it in the ceiling and it's still stuck up there because she put it on the wall.
It really is something to behold a crying college student going, I'm really about to crash out right now. Oh God, I'm really about to fucking crash out right now, bruh. I'm so for real. Like, what the fuck, bruh? Oh my God. When people are talking about their evil roommates, but mine literally put a dead fish in the ceiling vent while I was in class. Not only is that mean, but you know the roommate is trying to get an extra dig in there. It's not like it ain't something we ain't smelled already.
Balls on the ceiling.
I have to laugh at this because, look, man, you clearly have never been in like a Nordic or an Asian household. A matter of fact, I would venture to say most cultures at some point have had like a dead or fermented fish either in the freezer, just somewhere. Across many cultures, people are consuming stinky fish. I mean, shout out to your mom. If we're looking at roommates like some kind of 1v1 system, you know, if we're looking at it as though it's a game and there's levels to this, stinky fish has got to be, that's just like level 2, level 3 punishment. You aren't even in the double digits yet with some stinky fish. If you think this is punishment, just wait till you work an office gig. Though that's some high level, that's not even roommate shit. That's just periodic torture. The person who brings stinky fish to the office, because they don't care. You know, I've worked places where they bring a stinky fish into a 100-person floor, and they got 100 people going, and they just don't care. They keep doing it until HR sends an email and they go, hey, we would like it if meals you brought, and then they go, that's racist, man. And then everyone has to endure the stinky fish. So, you know, I get that this was traumatic for this person, but I'm lacking empathy at the moment. Also, could we just... I was expecting a giant dead fish. I don't even know if Walmart sells goldfish anymore, but when they did, you know, this is what was hopping out of the tank regularly. You might step on this on your way to get a fish. So, you know, I think respectfully to this person, you're going to have to toughen up, because this is far from a nightmare roommate. This is just, you're just getting started.
My roommate's boyfriend has been living in my apartment since August, and I really need some advice because I don't know what to do. Since the very first day I moved in, he was here. He's here almost every single day and sleeps here almost every single night. He's here when I get home from classes, when I go to sleep, when I wake up. He's here more than I am, it seems like. This is a 1-bathroom apartment, by the way. He walks in and out like it's his own place, and they cook in the kitchen together. It really just seems to me like they're playing house with another tenant, paying for them to do it, aka me. I signed a lease to live with one woman, not with her boyfriend, and especially not some man who's benefiting off the space.
What did I say? These are the shitty roommates, and they hold all the power. They force this young woman to go to the internet and be like, I need 1 million strangers to tell me how to solve this problem. That's how difficult they made her life, but this young woman is not without options. Without even getting a second further into this video, my advice would be start a fake polycule. All right? She's doing it standard monogamy. You can one-up that. Bring your boyfriend, your other boyfriend, your girlfriend, your third girlfriend, all of your husband, his wife, rent a kid, get a kid in the mix, what can they say? These are my partners, and this is our child. So we need the kitchen. Feast in there every day. Start to box them out. Put the two boyfriends, the husband, on the couch every day and have them compete with Buddy living in the apartment. Now he won't feel so entitled to shit when he wants. And he's got three boys going, hey man, my girlfriend doesn't like when you leave the seat up. Can you put that shit down? And then the second one goes, yeah, put that shit down. And the third one goes, and next time you shower, let me know. I'd love to join you.
I've brought this up so many times, and she cannot seem to wrap her head around the simple logic that she's breaking a lease. To her, it always comes back to, he's not doing...
Although this is an objective commentary, just the makeup, it looks like Aaron Yeager before he turns into a Titan. That's a little weeb joke. Yeah, that's for the sexless. That's for you.
Anything to you. He's not bothering you. I need him here for my well-being. All that matters to her is that she can get her constant attention and validation from her boyfriend. Yeah, I said it. You have a problem, girl.
Why do you want to see your partner all the time already, you fucking freak? Be an individual. Have some grit about you. Send him home. Set some boundaries, you fucking pussy. Oh, man. I don't know why that was so funny. It made me chuckle. Yeah, I said it. You got a problem, girl.
A few weeks ago, I messaged my roommate and I said that if this doesn't end, I'm going to go to management. And it hasn't ended. He's here right now. That's why I'm being quiet. So I messaged management basically just asking for them to send like a warning, because the next step was a 21-day violation in which...
I'm joking around here. I don't want to get away from the point, which is bringing your significant other in to kind of just mooch and quietly drive up the electrical bill and various other utilities. I agree that is not only annoying, but you got, if it's a dude, I know he's clogging the toilet. I know he's putting some nuclear bombs in there. And if he's around more than her, I'm saying he's unemployed. So I know his body is full of Taco Bell, over leveraged on Klarna debt. I know he's just ramming Zins in there. So the nicotine is just firing up those dumps faster and faster. I know he's putting just toxic ooze in the toilet. I know what comes out of his body is green, and that is not fair, and it's foul. Because, I understand. She's like, hey, I signed up to live with another woman, okay? I'm cool with the occasional women's product being left out. But, I didn't sign up to live with an oozing green individual. And I think that's just general etiquette. If you live with people, your partners, they got to stay and be around a respectful amount of time. So, all jokes aside, I do think that is a bit of a nightmare situation. But it could be worse. Good morning. In case you don't remember what you did last night, you pissed all over the floor and on my shit. My clothes, my backpack, my Crocs, my shoes, a whole bunch. Last night, I stepped in your piss and cleaned most of it up off the ground at 4 a.m. Tomorrow, you'll of course do me the courtesy of washing the shit you pissed on. Appreciate it, man. On top of all that, all you did last night was cuss me out and say you didn't do it. I walked in on you with your dick out pissing on my backpack. I don't give a fuck if you were blacked out and don't remember. I hope you wake up, accept accountability, apologize, and fix this shit. It's ridiculous. Please make this right tomorrow. Would be so sweet to respond to this saying, wasn't me. I have got to get out of this house. This person owes me $400, by the way. Oh, also, when you get home, do you think you could clean up where the cat threw up or did whatever in the bathroom? What's really wild is I'm not the only one with the ability to do that. But yeah, they aren't my cats. You still live in the house. Oh, that smiley face is so condescending. You still live in the house. Collective health, but, I guess we all don't thrive when living with people. I think the only response to this is to throw up in their room. Just make it tit for tat. That way you get your $400 worth.
Because nobody admits anything they've done! Living off a coffee from a pot, none of you want to
what you call power right there. It's disgusting, but it's unfortunately a power move. If I had to assess the situation, I think this roommate is trying to get them to move out. And they just haven't taken the hint. And also, there's two of you against one. I mean, two people cleaning up one side, of course it's going to be cleaner, you know? And this person is clearly going through something. Just adding a box of pizza every day, they either really don't like you and you're not getting the hint, or they need help. This would drive me nuts, though. I am empathetic to this couple. It's almost like they should move out and get their own place. My roommate charges me fines for breaking her stupid rules. I don't even know how to deal with this anymore. My roommate, let's call her Ashley, has started leaving little sticky notes on my door with fines I owe her for breaking her dumb house rules. The fines are ridiculous. $5 for not emptying the trash on time. $3 for leaving the bathroom light on. But honestly, the craziest one was an $8 fine for not making my bed. What the fuck? Dude, is this your mom? The only way she would even know that is by going in my room when I'm not home. That makes me feel uncomfortable. What are you doing in my room, Mom, you dumb bitch? For the most part, I've just kind of ignored it because we're on different schedules and don't see each other a lot. But tonight when I got home, Ashley decided to confront me with what I owe her. Y'all, she literally pulled out a little notebook and tried to tell me all the things I did, quote, wrong. And then my, quote, dad comes in. Not in there. I told her there's no way I'm paying her fake fines, and she got all huffy and said it's to, quote, teach me accountability. It turned into a big fight, and now we're not talking to each other, which is nice. I'm not messy. She's the one leaving her bags and shit at the door, so coming into the house is like a minefield, and yet I'm the problem. Crazy. It feels like she's trying to act like my mom and my landlord all rolled into one. How do I even respond to her? She's a grown-ass woman, and she shouldn't be acting like this. I don't care how long she's lived in the house before me. Top reply is I'm petty as fuck, so I'd start finding her as well, but I'd write, see how stupid this is on the bottom? No. You see, a suggestion like that is one of those like Marvel ideas. You know, it sounds good in the shower to yourself. I would find her back and then write a little message at the bottom. You see how stupid this is? Dealing with someone like that would be really irritating because you know they're doing it and you don't care. And it's one of those where, again, they're establishing power. You know, and unfortunately, I think all of this just continues to prove that being the nightmare in the roommate situation always puts you ahead. It puts you in control. If you're watching this video and you're one of these roommates that's on the other side of this, you're the one asking TikTok for help. You're the one posting to Reddit. You're the one posting on Twitter. You need help. I would say, in just very simple words, it's time to get toxic. Emotionally, physically, you know, stop showering, start using their care products, you know, all kinds. Do really petty shit. Use all of their body wash because you can do this if you have a really good rate. And it just, you know, all roads in the roommate battle lead to pettiness. That's what it seems like. That's the only way to resolve these things. Because anyone, for example, that's letting their significant other overstay their welcome, trying to charge you fines to live in the same space, these don't seem like necessarily reasonable people. So it's time to be unreasonable back. Someone else on the internet might tell you, you should sit down and talk about it. That's not me. I'm telling you, it's time to start fucking shit up. It's time to start clogging their toilet. It's time to start pissing in their bed sheets. Piss on their backpack. Leave petty notes on their door. Folks, today I want to talk to you about the $1 Billion Johnson, aka Brian Johnson, which is an awesome last name considering what I'm about to say next. Brian is an interesting guy. He made a ton of money from tech. He actually owned a startup that eventually grew and acquired Venmo. Then he sold Venmo to PayPal, which is a bunch of words to say that Brian has enough money to light on fire and have it not affect his life at all. Unlike other people with a lot of money, Brian is not trying to build a spaceship. He's actually dedicated this part of his life into figuring out how to live forever, or at least longer. You know, he sells cool t-shirts like "Don't Die," which I think is a fun one to wear maybe before drunk driving. It's just kind of a reminder to yourself in the rearview mirror, hey, focus. Now, Brian is a very polarizing figure. If you're online at all, you've probably seen him somewhere. He shows up in a lot of wellness content. He's been on many podcasts. People have plenty of jokes for him on Twitter. They say all kinds of stuff about him. They say he looks creepy. You know, they say his efforts are useless because despite putting in millions of dollars and hours of time into reverse aging himself, he still just looks like an aging lesbian in Portland. People call him weird, and out of all the criticisms people have for him, I think weird is fair. You know, this guy is having public boner-offs with his this guy has public boner-offs with his son. Nighttime erection data from my 19-year-old son and me. His duration is 2 minutes longer than mine. Raise children to stand tall, be firm, and be upright. Now, as a side note, the manufacturers of this cock sensor, I have a little idea for you. Instead of making this just a personal goal thing, create an online ranked leaderboard. I'll tell you right now, there are plenty of guys that if we could compete nightly to be the hardest one out, literally competing to be the hardest out, honey pack sales going up 500% for sure. I would down 4 Cialis every night with dinner, and I go to sleep with a smile knowing that I'm competing. You know, my wife, her hand would probably act up like the hand from Evil Dead, and it'd be going for my golden scepter, and I'd have to wrestle it off and have to let her know, like, babe, I'm dropping with the boys tonight. Now, when I saw this tweet, it convinced me to give his Netflix documentary a try, purely because I thought, this guy is kind of crazy, and I'm curious to know more about him. Now, me personally, I found his documentary to be a little bit boring because I know enough about him from a distance that I wasn't learning anything new. But that didn't stop me from going to his YouTube channel because I know a wellness guy cannot resist uploading his morning routine, and I was certain that the documentary was not doing it justice. So, lo and behold, if you go to his YouTube channel, there it is in all its glory. It was posted just 2 months ago, and I probably would have done a video about it then, but I made the decision to go raw. Honestly, I want to take you through the beginnings of this because if you've been on YouTube for the last 10 years, the morning routine is something that has continued to evolve. I've talked about it before on this channel, and I think it's very funny to compare where this guy is at and what guys were doing about 10 years ago. And I'll get into that in a minute, but first, let me show you just a little bit of this guy's morning routine.
Brian, is that you? Wakey, wakey.
You want me to give you a few more minutes?
I'm good. Let's roll.
I think his team knows the optimal time to go in there because they have his boner stats. It's 7:08. We're outside of the optimized boner window.
Is it 7?
It's 7:08.
I was in the middle of a dream. What was happening? Something adventurous was going on. Like, I don't know. It was like...
I've said these exact same things to my wife. Let's just take a moment to applaud Brian. You got to appreciate trying to be humble about your wet dreams to your people. We know what it is, pal. You know, we see the stats. You're in there, dude. You're feeling good.
I went to bed at 10 o'clock last night, so what is that? That's 9 hours in bed.
Is that later than normal?
Yeah, we had game night with some friends last night. 8 hours and 40 minutes of sleep time. Oh, that's a good night. 2 hours and 24 minutes of REM. 1 hour and 44 minutes of deep sleep. Resting heart rate 46, 50, HRV 55. Morning routine started. I have this device, you know, this is the mouth guard.
Look at the amount of shit on that counter. That is where men's skin and healthcare has gone to. We finally have the same amount of shit on the counter as our partners. Both people in the relationship have a GNC retail display on their bathroom.
It's been a little later than normal because of this jet lag.
So he's going to offer a lot of commentary about his life in between here, and I kind of want to expedite some of this. So what you are seeing is he starts his day by waking up, bricks to all hell, needs about 10 minutes to let it to calm down. And he walks into his bathroom and he turns on the left headlamp from a Ford F-150 and he just stands in front of it. And what he's trying to do is emulate sunlight, which is good for your eyes apparently first thing in the morning. He then goes on to describe his body temperature, and he says he's
metabolically cold plunging, where my body just is at a lower temperature.
Which is awesome because the way I read this is that his lifestyle is so optimized, his morning routine is so dialed in that he doesn't even need that $7,000 bathtub full of cold water. He's beaten that. He's leveled above that. He's the final boss of morning routine.
173.8.
Is that normal?
BMI, yeah, 23. Fat, 10%. Muscle, 86.2%. Visceral fat, 2.1.
This, I think, is a good precursor to the level of detail this guy is tracking his morning routine and his lifestyle. I'll let him continue, but I wanted this clip to play out just so you get a sense of it, because it obviously goes much deeper if you know anything about this guy.
173.8.
Is that normal?
BMI, yeah, 23. Fat, 10%. Muscle, 86.2%. Water, 58. I'm gonna brush my teeth and wash my face. And then for my hair, I apply a few of these serums and massage it in. And every day the goal is to put shoes and socks on. I've been experimenting with a humidifier face mask, which does a full wrap around the head. This does the ear and the eyes. This is the erection device. This is a breathing coach. The CO2 got a little high last night. That's unusual. I'm gonna switch to a tank top. So get the hair cap on.
That hair cap is actually just blasting TikToks through like a speech to text feed, so he doesn't actually have to consume TikTok. It just puts the quotes in his head, you know, so he can just kind of perk up at any point and be like, I knew this was going to happen. After putting on his standard issue brain rot cap, he goes on to take a ton of pills. And in his documentary, I think they say it's like 54 wellness pills. They're all just vitamins and minerals and all kinds of other stuff. And then at the 25-minute mark, of course, he's going to inject some shit in his ass, because injecting something in your ass is a core tenet of extending your life and just changing your body composition. We all know that. Which, a mandatory pairing, sort of like cheese and wine, with injecting something in your ass is
red light therapy. Yeah, all right, so normally this is done naked, but since this is not my OnlyFans account, I'm going to keep my shorts on. By the way, did I start an OnlyFans account? Wouldn't that be kind of fun?
Brian, do an OnlyFans account, but make it very academic. It's just filming the hours in which you pitch a tent.
Okay.
That shit is so bright that they had to drop the ND filters on it, and I was just standing there like fucking Dr. Manhattan blasting his tits and cock off with this red light. This might be good for you, but it is one of the funniest things ever. You'll never convince me that this red light shit is serious. I've seen many ads for this. I've seen so many images of dudes just butt ass naked standing in front of this. It makes me laugh every time. Don't care how good it is for you. It's always going to be funny. Now, despite him trying to sell you supplements, you know, who knows? Maybe all this is just one big ploy to kind of buy more Lamborghinis. I don't know. I've not been to his house. I don't know this guy. But on the surface, his focus on dying seems genuine. And unlike other guys with a ton of money, he doesn't seem terribly focused on making people feel poor. In fact, I've seen clips of him just kind of, you know, letting loose and dancing like a goof with his shirt off. And you kind of look at him and you're like, this guy feels a little bit human, which is unique, I would say, for people who have tons of money. But who knows? You know, maybe this guy's building a missile. I can't say. I personally find it interesting that this guy has made essentially dying his full-time job. At the end of it all, it probably will be something interesting that we can all read, because he is documenting it at a level that no one has in human history. This guy is just fully making himself a guinea pig, which I can't deny. I think is kind of cool. And I don't know, maybe he's just doing it all to die at 110 to be like, I beat the game, which, you know, I have to respect. But the thing that I really take away from all of this is, if you've been using YouTube for the last 10 years, you have indefinitely come across a morning routine video. And that has been the vehicle, in my mind, for people to sell you whatever. A workout plan, a supplement, some MLM bullshit, whatever it is. And we've seen them evolve, right? They've gone from 5 minutes to 7 minutes to 15 minutes to, you know, Dune level cinematography. And it's all this just long, verbose way of telling you that they wake up at 7, they stand in cold water, and they go to the gym, right? After watching Brian Johnson's morning routine, I want to see all these people with a morning routine, a science-based morning routine video on their channel. I want you to pack it up. I want you to private it. I want you to delete it because it doesn't hold a candle to what Brian Johnson is doing. It's very meticulous, 170 wellness pills, precise sleeping, tracking your erection, all this stuff. What is the end benefit? At this point, it seems that for every 12 months that he ages, his body only ages 8, which means he's getting about 4 months of life back. And my brain kind of goes in extremes, right? You could just take the middle road, follow one of these science-based morning routines, maybe you get a little extra time, and maybe you live to 72. Fuck that. If you're not willing to go all in and take the 54 pills and blast your cock with red light and wear the TikTok hat, just die sooner. Because Brian is going to be able-bodied. He's going to be awesome at 80, 90, 100 years old. Not us, dude. None of us have these resources. We're going to be old, decrepit. We're going to be fucked up at 80. We should be trying to die sooner. We should be trying to live on like a Middle Ages timeline, 60 years old max. Eat a bad turkey leg at medieval times and die in the parking lot. Go into the grave faster. Charge at it. Because if you're not going to try to beat death, you might as well embrace it.